There we are. Hey, all you freaks and weirdos. Welcome to the Weird Root Tournament MASH 6. We've got a jam-packed... I don't know what makes it any more jam-packed or unpacked than any other game, but I'm telling you what, this game is jam-packed. Better believe it. We have got 5 players. We've got the summer map. If you don't know what the summer map is, it's the autumn map with the clearings... suits randomized. Fun, fun, fun. Technically, it is a weird map, so it's not an official map. So it does take up one of the weird slots in our draft. And we have the base deck, standard deck. I think that's what they usually call it, the standard deck. So I hope everybody's ready for favors. I hope everybody is ready to defend and fend off the favors because they might be coming depending on how the crafting goes. But we're still waiting on one of our players to get to the table, so we're stalling a little bit. So please bear with us. But let's meet our other players. I'm just gonna go right down the list. So please tell me hello, tell me what's up, give me some noise when I call out your name. First off, we've got StuffbyRudy.
Hey there, hey there.
Right on. And then we also have Harriet.
Nice to meet you here.
And we have Yankeeflatline.
Hello.
And don't you worry about that pink name. And then we've got Zam, yes.
Hello.
For some reason, I didn't believe the name. I didn't believe your name when I saw it. So I stumbled a little bit. And then, in the commentator booth, we've got a brand new into the commentator booth, Thuy. Welcome.
Hey, happy to be here.
How do you like the booth? Pretty nice, huh?
Oh, it's so spacious. So many hors d'oeuvres. Yeah, very luxurious.
Hors d'oeuvres. What was that word? If that's the kind of vocabulary you're bringing, then you are welcome.
You guys have snacks?
I don't know if he was talking about snacks or furniture.
I don't know. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I
Both,
thought it was
actually,
furniture too.
edible furniture. It's the best kind.
We are, and we are still waiting on our player SilentEcho, so we will get an introduction when SilentEcho gets here. And hello, chat. Thanks for joining. We've got some support for. Oh, I don't know when the chat was sent, so one of you has support from Nate in the chat. Players, don't be in chat, by the way. That's bad form. So, a couple of just for the sake of the stream, a couple of things. We do have Despot Infamy for the Vagabond. We do have one Vagabond in today's draft. Just obviously means 1 extra point instead of a point for every piece when it removes a hostile faction's pieces on their turn in battle. I went through the entire rule. And then also the Vagabond will be using the Quest Freshener, which is a nice little tool that we've used on Weird Root for a little bit now. And coalitions are legal, but definitely discouraged because there's some sort of 1v1 nightmare torture coming for anybody who wants to join into a coalition with a Vagabond. None of that dirty stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know, when you discourage something, I just feel like it encourages everyone to get in on it.
I mean, that's the choice that those two individuals make, and that's, that's fine with us.
This could go down infamously for being a part of the only 1v1 whatever.
Right, whatever it is. It's probably going to be on stream, and it's it's probably going to be ridiculous. And it is what it is. So let's go ahead and actually we will go ahead and deal out our cards for turn order. So first off, I'm going to give a card to StuffbyRudy, and you are going to be first player.
Lucky me.
You'll sit in the red seat. And then Harriet, you will be the second player. I swear these are getting shuffled. And then Yankeeflatline,
Third player.
fourth player. Oh wait, thank you for putting that right where it's supposed to go. And then Zam, you will be third player. And
Good, I
Silent
don't have to
Echo
pick first.
will be 5th player and pick first. Yes.
Silent
Thank you.
Echo, welcome.
I like
I'm
how-
so sorry.
No, no worries.
That's
We're
okay.
already
Welcome.
on. We're already on stream, by the way. So you've walked into a hot stream. That's
Oh boy,
that's
this
weird
is
to say.
all kinds of things. It's a crazy day.
So,
And you get to pick first, so.
Of course I do.
you are in the 5th player seat, and you'll pick first. And yeah, hey everybody, welcome to Silent Echo.
Hello, hello.
We've done introductions. We've explained the rules. We've also shared embarrassing moments. If you want to go ahead and
Okay.
do that, I'm just kidding. We didn't do that.
At one time in kindergarten.
Yeah, that's a classic corporate meeting joke. Like everybody shows up to a meeting, and then one person's like, "We all shared an embarrassing moment." Har har har.
All
Like
right,
that's
so do I need to draw my own 5 cards?
yes, and they'll go to your hand on the side of the table, and
Yep.
I'll walk you through the process of like what to do with the components to make sure that the mod doesn't get all messed up.
All right.
So, yeah, so we're going to actually go ahead and get started. Actually, no, I'm going to tell you right now. No, I'll walk you through it. Because I was going to go into the other channel, but let's do it now. So, yeah, you're up, Silent Echo, if you want to choose.
Yeah, I think I would like the Eyrie.
Boom, right off the bat.
All right. Put it
I'll
over
take that.
here.
I'll take that.
Oh, okay. That's great.
And when you select them, you're actually going to go to fan factions.
Yeah, I think it's on the last page of Fan Factions, the brown birds.
Go, but we're going to go into the commentator booth to evaluate. I just wanted to get Silent Echo up and running. So everybody else, let me know if you have any questions for you as you're going in. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank
We'll
you.
see ya. Good luck. Have fun, and may the best freak or weirdo win.
Whoop, whoop.
Alrighty, you there, Thuy?
So where is Silent Echo setting up on the board?
I think I'm eyeing that side fox clearing.
All right, I think we got the difficult part out of the way, though. The awkward start.
But that didn't
Are you
quite
there,
make it
Thuy?
there.
Oh, that's why you can't hear me, because I had muted on that channel. Can you hear me now?
Man, these brown
Oh yeah, I
components.
can hear you now.
Okay. All right, here we go. So we got the brown birds in
I like
last turn order. Let's get a look
What
at the
makes
draft.
the regular Eyrie Dynasties a weird root faction
Yeah,
itself.
that's a
Yeah,
good
it's my
pick.
favorite color, neon brown.
Neon brown.
Do I need to discard my cards or discard down?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
At the end, yeah.
And then I choose my leader.
Hmm. Who do you think they should go with, Bot? I guess it
We'll
really depends
go
on their
with-
hand.
I don't know that there's anything that's like really standing out. I think the moles can do really well.
All right.
I mean, badgers on this map layout. I know the clearings are different. Let's look at the clearing layout.
I think that should be it for me.
Yeah, those
This
are
is actually a pretty good
interesting.
setup for
Right.
badgers
I get to pick now.
Yep.
because they have
Yeah,
pretty
it's
easy
like
access to the
to-
fox clearings and the rabbit clearings. Well, maybe not.
Stealing the normie stuff from us, guys.
Know it.
Are you in the chat, by the way, Thuy?
The
Twitch
Discord?
chat. The Twitch chat.
Also,
Oh,
this means
no, I'm
guys, that
not.
we
You
have
should
to
get in
attack
there.
the moles like
Okay.
every turn because
We got some Harriet fans in there.
Why? Don't do that.
They- But like every tournament game they're in, they
All right, so
They
we got
take it.
moles. Although my only issue with the
pretty good
moles
win rate.
in
oh
that
no, I
seat
threw my cards off the table.
is being 4th player is a little bit rough as moles because
They
you can
should spawn back.
you can get roughed up pretty easily.
Yeah.
I
Oh, yeah.
can see your card, but I'm.
It's
going
nice that the
zero,
area are
so I
after you,
can't
though.
anymore.
Yeah.
But I guess they're not charismatic, so it's not as immediate.
And that went despot. Okay. I mean, there is a nice interaction with the Erie's End and the moles because when those cardinals come out, the moles can use them to sway.
Oh yeah, that does sound nice.
That is, I mean, I don't think it really helps the badgers in the sense of their ability to.
Maybe to encamp, I guess it could help them.
I'd have to look at the wording. I can't remember because the badgers have a lot of. I
Looks
think
good,
there's a
right?
couple of rules where it requires that it actually be a badger's piece.
Oh yeah,
Or
it probably
actually,
does
it
say
does
replace the keeper
does count
warrior
as a
with
p-
the
Oh, so
way
right
station.
here.
It does count as your piece though, so actually that would be
You can
legal.
still see my cards.
So yeah, and camping would be really powerful to badgers
Yes.
with the Erie's End in the game.
Let's see.
So we're moving on to Zam, I believe.
Yes. You know what? I'm gonna be
I wasn't on mute.
brave. I'm gonna be bold. I'm going Noxious Battery.
Noxious Battery.
All right, sweet. When I first started looking up like fan content for this game, that I
Oh.
only really started getting into in
So?
September, I remember seeing the Noxious Battery on a Weird Root stream, and that was so fun.
Can you guys
So-
see
I'm excited for this.
my card?
I cannot. Yeah.
Nope.
All right.
Not used to seeing these card backs. Alright. Still no visibility. Alright.
All right, so we got the moles are off the
I
board.
will go ahead and place my cannon. Damage side down, whip a warrior. And this clearing. Nice central location. And that's
Right in
it
the
for
middle.
me.
Okay, I am going to go Barkeep.
Nice, we have a
All
vagabond.
right.
God, is that skunk pond just like farting in the air? Oh no.
He's a striped skunk. He like stands on his hind legs as a warning sign.
So Bot, does the Noxious Battery have a homeland?
Let's look at the setup card. Doesn't look like it.
'Cause- Yeah, that's very interesting.
So really anybody else could set up there.
Nice.
And then what's really interesting about
Okay,
The
them
duck
is
is in the
that
house.
let's
if
test.
there's a stink token there
Let's see this
at
card.
the end of a player's turn,
Yes.
they have to
I
leave.
can, yes.
Okay,
All right.
They have to leave that
so you will
clearing.
need to leave after the draft. I'm just supposing.
Wonder if that would
Well,
affect anyone
once
too
again,
terribly
scoot away from
badly
the
in this
table.
game. I guess
Well, I
it
just
could
already put
affect
them on
the
the table, so we're
moles.
good.
Yeah,
Um,
it definitely could
okay,
because
move
the
this
moles
to
could get
here.
scooted away from their buildings if they have buildings
Yeah.
on the board.
Eyrie at most could lose like one building, but yeah, I think the moles they'd have a hard time with it,
Okay.
perhaps.
Granted, the moles can battle it on their turn. So
That's true.
that's one way that the skunks can really tax the moles is by forcing them to use their actions to deal with their stink tokens, especially if they have buildings on the board. So I'd say that small mole's probably going to be your best bet
Ooh.
in this matchup. Look at these quests.
Oh,
Starts with a T, torch, hammer, and crossbow.
For either of these factions, I would have loved a bird card.
Oh,
oh man, if they choose Erie's End, everyone will have to set up all over
will-
again.
I
And
think
that
I
will
feel
be kind of
slightly more
fun.
comfortable playing Badgers, which is a funny
Ah,
statement because I do
dang.
not feel comfortable playing Badgers.
Wait,
but we're
wasn't
gonna go with
Rudy?
that.
Wasn't Rudy the
I
one
can
that
see skunk's card.
didn't want to
now.
embarrass
It
himself?
Put 'em
was
on the table there.
in the
Specifically
pre-stream
with the
chat,
Badgers. Yeah.
Yeah,
Specifically
he's-
with Badgers. That's funny.
Okay.
He was so reticent to play them, but shoot,
I think
Oh,
that's
no.
another.
we've got stuff by
So,
Rudy's hand
I am-
and Sam's hand in the same spot right now.
Going to start
Oh.
here
Oh,
and then
because
Will be a
okay,
problem.
yeah.
to and around.
So we
I'm gonna
can-
do
we can
this.
fix-
I'm gonna change. Zam, if you want to select your color and then go back to where you were.
Okay.
Yes.
That should work. I guess I could have done that for.
Okay, let's see here.
Do I select any color or same on OS?
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
The
Maybe
room's
she-
already set, right?
Why
Oh no,
blue, though?
the hands are in the same spot again.
And
At least
I'm
that's what I'm
pretty
saying.
sure my setup has to be here. Not seeing anything else.
Hmm.
Okay, so here, 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 here.
We're almost ready for the game. This has been
Yeah.
a long setup. Holy cow.
Beautiful.
See.
All of our
And I think
viewers
that's
who
my
have come
setup.
late have not missed anything.
Somebody creep on my hand. You see my cards? My card.
No.
Oh, I think we're ready then, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna jump out.
And draft cards, right?
Yeah, we can discard down.
All right.
Yes, everybody discards down, and then if nobody's having any issues with seeing other people's cards, then nobody needs to leave. So you should be fine.
Do people see my card though?
That's not what I wanted to do.
Yeah, it's fixed now.
Can't
Yep.
see. Well, one person looks like the birds aren't holding in their hand, but
Yeah,
other than
that's
that,
because I had to
yeah.
get
Yep,
off.
we're all good.
All right,
I
Good.
cannot see them all.
it's game time. Good luck, everybody. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness.
We made it.
Oh, that was stressful. Now they actually have to play the game, which is
Okay,
probably
so
20%
we're
easier.
getting things started up.
That's
we're
probably true.
going to
We made it
encamp.
through the
We're
worst of it.
going to
I'm gonna start setting up my cameras as we go around too.
guy, and we're gonna encamp this guy.
Sorry you had to live
Classic
through that
double
chat.
encamp.
Their way around. Cool. Yeah, and we're just gonna go ahead and recruit twice, which is not standard Badger first turn. So that's a mouse card and a fox card to recruit 4 Badgers.
Interesting.
I mean, you might as well get the badgers on the board.
I guess it just doesn't seem like this is a
can't see the
particularly
discard.
violent game, you know, with the Eyrie going despot and all. So I just don't.
Well,
know
it
what to
certainly
expect.
helps. It helps
Alrighty,
everybody decide that
and
hitting you isn't the best way
No
to go.
crafting.
Or
We'll
it says
act
you
out
better,
news,
or
and
else.
We're gonna make a move here.
I don't know. Maybe
And
Rudy was
a
hustling us in
move.
the pre-game chat, and he's just super good with Badgers.
Here.
There should only be one move.
Unless he just
And
skipped
then
battle
we'll
and delve.
Battle delve in this
Oh
clearing
no,
Oh.
he didn't.
for this
You should,
relic.
Rudy, you should only have one
Sorry,
move.
sorry.
You should only have one move.
Yep, that is correct. Sorry. Battle delve in this clearing for this relic.
We have to keep our eyes on this group.
Yeah, we
Beautiful.
do. Wily bunch.
And then evening, I will move. That was the big plan.
There we go. Interesting to leave the relic on the table.
need to
Although
let
it's
off
still
the
kind of
land.
it's still kind of locked
We
up. 'Cause I
will
don't think anybody's going to be able to
add
get
in
to it, but it's still
the
interesting.
Card.
It is interesting. Not a normal play.
Well, you don't have. I mean, you set yourself
And
up
you
with
can draw.
for 2 mouse. So if it was a 2, you can recover it. But with a 3, why throw away the
Okay,
card if you
still
don't
not
need
getting
to?
bird cards.
It's still pretty
We're
safe.
all fine.
That's true.
But the other mouse clearing is all the way at the
Okay.
bottom. That might be a problem.
That's it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's going to be a
there's no
journey.
turns turned on right now, but
Oh yeah,
So
let's
I
turn the
will
turns on.
move into, or slip rather, into this clearing. I will explore.
And that means you'll need to get out, Thuy. Get out of a seat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can do that.
I'll take it.
Are you organizing the turns right now, Bot?
They should be in. They should be automatic. Are they not?
Okay.
Love F Maple.
Because we
Let
got
me-
Harriet is second, and then Zam. Oh, they're not.
Okay, so got red and then teal and then blue.
Let me do that.
I'll go ahead.
Are you doing it?
and Exhaust.
I am
Okay.
doing it.
Hammer. You.
I admit that Slug is usually taking care of all of the administrative TTS stuff, so that's why I'm so awkward at it.
Thank you.
Do you remember who's fourth player? Which
and,
one it is?
That would
not
be
moving yours. Giving you a point.
Yankee. Yankee Flatline.
Yankee. Okay.
And then just draw one card and end my turn.
There we go.
Okay.
So 8 of the Badgers explored a ruin, got the sword. I'm not sure. Let's see so the Barkeep. So once in daylight, they may exhaust a tea to refresh 2 items or draw 2 cards. That's pretty good, especially if they can get extra tea.
Yeah. Can help get through like T quests.
Oh yeah, that tea boot. So let's take a look at I'm sure a lot of people have questions about the battery. So the bird song, so they place a warrior in the cannon's clearing and at each cannonball.
To the skunks.
Then they can fire.
Did you pass his turn?
Although they're not going to be able to fire on their first turn.
How to? I mean, yes. Oh, I see.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I get warrior at my cannon. I do not fire because it is broken. I do not have any scent marks to craft. For my first 2 actions, I'm going to recruit 2.
So the defining
For
quality
my
of the skunks is that at the end of their day or at the end of their turn
second action,
or at the beginning of their evening phase, they have to remove all
I
stink
will
tokens in clearings
fix
with less than 2 skunks.
with this sappers.
But if they have 2 or more in any clearing, they place stink, and that's when the players have to leave it at the end of their
Then
own
for
turn.
my last daylight
So it's not
action,
terrible. So it's not like
I
the
will
skunk can drop in stink and then
move
make everybody
2
move.
of these guys.
They have to sort of, on some level, choose to be in that clearing.
How aggressive do I want to be?
Ooh, that's a
True.
good. That's a
Let the
fun question.
go.
How aggressive do I want to be?
Question I ask myself
These
every
2
day.
guys over here. So then going into evening, I spray both clearings. One here. One here. And then I load 1 cannonball into the bore. Draw 2 cards, and end my turn.
So they got 1 cannonball.
That is how you a turn. All right. Put a warrior on the bird.
He's using the freak coin as the burrow. I love it.
That is amazing. That's so
That's
great.
great.
I don't know why I find it so funny,
It's a very shiny bird.
but it is.
That's
Yeah.
great. Slug would be proud.
I stand by it.
I think he might automatically win because of doing
Love
that.
this. Love this.
Ooh, look at that hand. Oh my.
Better burrow
Ooh.
bank.
I'm planning on crafting that.
Oh, do you want the mole manager?
Well, what?
It's the mole
The, like
monger.
fancy mole manager thing.
Sure.
Oh, I thought that was the joke. I thought the joke was
I
because it's called the mole
cannot see the
monger.
board to spawn it, but
I can spawn it. I can see everything.
I always think it's called the manager too, but
There's a mood manager
and a mole monger.
Oh,
and a
look at
mole
that.
monger.
yeah. So you
Oh,
just
it's-
click on the one you.
Is he just
do,
going to put the
so.
cards on
Yeah,
top
that's
of
the
it?
way. Yeah.
Oh man.
delete the deck, basically.
That's funny.
Also, yeah, the cards don't come off of the manager super easily.
Aha. All right, I got it. Okay.
On the side there, you can click the crown, and it'll give you the victory point. Or not give it to you, but remind you.
And didn't fall off the table. All right. Draw a card.
That was it.
Third end turn. End turn. Okay.
I'm concerned for the Eyrie. Like, where do they go?
Right.
I guess into mole
We'll
territory.
I
add-
mean, shoot, they could go hit.
Bird Dom.
They could.
to recruit.
If they had the right cards,
Mm,
they could. I don't know that they'd want to try to take that
And-
relic. They don't. They're not going to have enough cards for that.
Yeah.
So they're only going to get one battle. That'd be aggressive. I mean, they could go take the
I
tunnel.
think I'll hold off for now. Second
Okay.
It's
card.
like he's not being aggressive.
And then
I think with a despot, you want to be
will
aggressive
not
with your
cracked. Will
builds.
resolve my decree. That is
And just look for the easy
question.
cardboard.
Right, so
Yeah.
recruit once. We're going to make a move.
Moving up.
We will build. And I think that's just 1 point then. And one card.
Alrighty.
All right.
We will encamp here.
All right. On to round two.
On to round two. You have to help me remember to update the round marker.
Sit
Will do.
here. We're gonna go ahead and recruit.
Definitely getting badgers on the board. Usually you'd want to fill up your retinue, but this badger is just going to spam the board. 4 keepers
We'll
left.
Move. Do into here,
Yeah. I hope it works out for him.
and we will
Yeah.
Now, this is interesting because
do a second move.
he moved those badgers down to where the skunks are, and at the end of the turn, he can just move them down to the mouse where he actually kind of wants them anyway.
Oh, that.
So, it's
Oh,
a-
he's taking advantage of Stink Highway.
Yeah.
Oh, that's beautiful.
No.
And maybe
just gonna
that's
move.
that's not what he's actually thinking,
Into here.
but it's certainly true.
Maybe
we
we'll
will-
see an epiphany pop in his mind when he's slowly asked to
Battle
move him.
delve in this clearing.
Oh, he's gonna hit the barkeep.
Do I wanna
Barkeep
do
has a
that?
sword. Don't do that.
I just gave you a card.
Well, you're collateral damage. I just want to be in this clearing.
Your collateral damage.
Yeah, we're gonna battle delve in this clearing.
Oh, that's so dangerous.
Any ambush, my friend, the Vagabond.
Yeah. I really did.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Powerful move. So
All
I
right.
believe you get a point for that.
And
Sassy
hostile.
Kuzik or
Didn't
just
think about that.
spite.
And the barkeep is now hostile.
You go
Kinda
hostile.
hoping you
It's
didn't.
true.
I'm not sure I agree with the ambush there.
Boo.
Yeah, I don't know either.
And
That's
then
got him a
move
point,
for
but-
cover.
I think as
So
the
I'm just
vagabond, you're
gonna go
hoping
ahead
that you get a 1-0.
and
Like that's ideal. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
He knew
I
what's
think so
up.
too.
Beautiful. So, I am going to...
I wonder if there was any reason to battle delve somewhere else so that that wasn't a potential
yeah.
result.
Yeah, because the Vagabond wasn't stopping Rule and he was aiding. Like, yeah.
I mean, other than the fact that there wasn't another, because he
And
just
draw
put
2
that
cards.
mouse in move, recover, right?
Oh, he did. That's true.
So there was only one move.
Oh, I will refresh.
Come on.
I'm going to see if this Barkeep ability gets used.
Actually slip into this.
I did not realize the Barkeep
Very-
started with a hammer. That
And
that is a
explore.
strong Vagabond, just with starting items alone.
Well, starting with a T and a hammer? Like, those are the two things you
Yeah.
want to try to get anyway. Oh, I didn't even see Harriet's question in chat. It's a quiet table. Not a ton of chatter.
Oh.
I mean, I know personally, I like a lot of chatter at the table as everybody's kind of feeling out the meta, feeling out, you know, where everybody assesses the board state at the beginning of the game. You know, you're not solving any problems; you're just getting the feel for it. So, also
Yeah,
it fills the awkward silence.
Exhaust the T. To
Oh, he's using the ability, or is he doing a quest?
torch to complete. Oh no, I'm not in a clearing. What am I thinking? Never mind. Yeah. I'm gonna end my turn, so I will draw a card and then move out of the stink.
Actually, I think the Barkeep is a better adventurer than the
Now I'm
adventurer
actually
because
going to
you can
move
do a quest,
here.
use your T to refresh 2 items, and then do another quest. So you can actually go ham on
on
these
for
quests
exploring.
as the Barkeep. I like that.
Yeah. Is
Rather
it
than-
okay? It's just one time to do it, just like the adventure ability. But
Yeah, I
that-
mean, it gives
I
you
get one guy on my cannon.
2 quests, especially like if you have the.
I will not fire this turn.
Oh, okay, we're gonna move on.
I will craft this armors with this fox scent mark. I will use my first action to move these guys over here. I will use my second 2 actions to recruit 2.
Did he move the stink?
He absolutely did. Yeah. Which I guess isn't really
And
a
then
problem, right?
I mean, ultimately the result will be.
Will use my last action.
The stink will disappear from
move these
Texas and then appear
Yeah.
there
Over here.
again. So
They get a scent mark as well. And the other clearings keep their scent marks. Moving on to evening. I load both cannonballs into my bore. And then draw 2 cards in my turn. Oh, scent doesn't move. Okay, well, this scent goes away. And then this scent just reappears. Yeah. Yeah. Alright.
Also, Botbot, I can't see the Badger, like the played cards, just in their retinue besides their viziers. I mean, other. Oh well.
Yeah, usually if you stack and then unstack.
Yeah.
You can
I'll
also
extract
leave the
with it.
table and come back. That will usually fix it. Otherwise, we can
Okay.
just do some. We can do some
If
copy
it's a
pasting.
recurring issue, I'll leave and come back.
Yeah,
But
yeah, cool.
I figured if the other guys would call it out if he was doing anything.
Yeah. All right, so the skunks have completed their turn. And now we are on to the
You going,
moles.
badgers? Come over here to fight me or fight the duck?
I'm just following the duck around. It's making me very
Well,
angry.
I technically followed you there, so
Well, don't tell him that.
I mean, the number one rule in Root is that you always have to punch the Vagabond and punch the moles, so...
Actually, we missed the fact that the Barkeep
look at
took
the-
That's
advantage
regular route, though.
of the Stink Highway also to get down in
He
that
had
mouse
one
clearing.
warrior. I was just giving the Vagabond
yeah.
a love
Not
tap.
sure why you'd want to be down there, unless
That's not by any
Maybe-
ruins.
I mean you don't. Oh, you do have a bag, but you don't have
I'll
a
take a
boot, so
gamble
there's a
for
quest
thinking.
there.
I'm
So
fine
yeah,
with
I'm not
that.
sure why you want to be there, but because you actually could
Maybe
have
it's just a
moved.
spite move, like you ignore the hostility with the badgers to go
Yeah.
attack the badgers. I don't know.
But you can't get into any of the. Well, you can't stay in any of the
Alright.
clearings that have the ruins.
Send
So
this.
I don't know if it's intentional, but the badger or the skunks are kind of
here.
keeping the Barkeep out of those clearings for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did I understand correctly? Oh, they are. They're digging into that mouse clearing. What is up with that clearing?
Everyone wants it.
Fight the badger.
Straight.
Yep.
They've struck gold
Go
there
ahead,
or something.
roll.
Give him dice that.
Oh, so dig and then battle.
Right.
Okay. Is that what we're getting, or was it a dig? And then are we brigadier battling?
2-1.
I don't know. I didn't hear them narrate anything, so I didn't watch closely enough.
Could do 2 moves.
Oh, that was a daylight
One.
action.
Go over here.
Yeah.
Go over here.
I do like the punching of the badgers because there's a lot of them, and
Reveal.
They do need to be
they
hit.
could use some more punching. Yeah.
And a bunny rabbit.
So we got a fox, rabbit.
To activate the mare.
Is there a third card?
Got 2 more VP.
I did not see a third card.
Might just jump in.
Two. There a third card for sway. What?
because that tier is 3.
Yeah, I got 3. Okay.
There it is. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
So we got rabbit. Oh, but I only see one in a rabbit. There's no
Yeah,
mole. There's only
there,
one mole.
there was only one.
Do you have pieces in a second bunny clearing I'm not seeing somewhere?
Okay, they're catching it.
That's 1 card per clearing. No.
We gotta we gotta stay on our toes, Stewie.
Yeah, we do.
Bob and weave, bob and weave. So they're gonna
Man,
change.
the moles have that tax
Oh, I
collector
just
card in
moved it back.
hand. That would be
Oh, you moved
that'd
it
be
back?
pretty good for
You're
them.
good. You're good. It's right
You
there.
know.
Oh, yeah. It should be on 3
Warrior
then,
for a
right?
card.
Yeah.
So they swayed the captain, gives him a battle. Okay, they want to be fighty. That's cool. I'm down with it.
That's cool.
I like it.
Someone's got to be.
I mean, I think all the factions in this game
All right.
benefit from their warrior count. And so I think if you're the moles, you can be aggressive, sway aggressively, swing
To
often.
recruit.
You can have a good
Yeah.
time.
Fox favors currently on the
Oh,
table.
Fox favor.
Ah, no.
Going into the decree. We got two to recruit.
Then
Move.
we will. Oh, I was going to do recruit. twice.
Badgers are happy to not see a battle card go into the battle slot.
Yeah, I kind of hope that I kind of wish they would have put that second recruit into battle instead to start
Yeah.
getting those
It's
battle
two
points.
recruits.
Plus, having the one bird in every column is always nice.
Yeah.
Gives you some baseline flexibility, as I like to call it.
First move will be from the mouse clearing using the bird card. Second move is using the fox card to make our way down to Texas, where we will then build. And that means we get 2 points and 2 cards.
All right, opening up that first card draw, first extra card draw.
Tough luck.
Birds are
Alright,
online.
That's my turn.
Okay.
Did you hear how the birds just like said tough luck? I love it when players
No, I
draw
didn't.
cards and then
I'm just
complain
gonna
about it after they
uncamp
have a
here.
good turn. It's my favorite thing.
All right, round 3.
Round 3.
And
Wait a minute.
yeah, we'll call it there. So
All the way stations are on the board. Yep.
move 1.
But they're gonna have a hard time getting that
They do
third
not
mouse
rule
clearing.
there.
Okay.
Yeah, they are going to have a hard time getting that third one, but they have a
Not
mouse in their
that one.
cover, so they can just burn that. Which I'm assuming they'll just do.
You know, I said it off stream. I said that the Erie's End would be the faction that didn't get taken, and that was an accurate assessment.
You're right.
Erie's End did not get taken.
I'm a little surprised people would take the skunks
Yeah, we're just
over
gonna do
Erie's
that.
End just
Move
because of
1,
familiarity
And
reasons.
then
But I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see the skunks out.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
haven't seen
I'm
the
happy
skunks
with
in
that.
action for a while.
Battle
I'm definitely happy
being
that they
that
made it into
clearing
the
there.
draft, and I'm also happy they made it into the game.
against Eyrie.
No ambush.
Okay.
Here we go, blood. 2-0.
2-0.
Nice roll.
Solid.
I will take a risky delve against the statue here.
Which card are you delving with?
Oh, sorry, the
mouse.
mouse card. Yeah.
Alright.
Doo-doo.
That was risky.
That was, yeah. I'm glad someone called him on it before. Yeah.
And then I will battle again against the Eyrie with the
Bird card, obviously.
bird card, obviously.
Go ahead.
2-1, I ignore the hit. I get a point.
I like the early aggression in this game.
I will
Yeah. Yeah, these are smart moves by the Badgers.
leave it be.
Rudy got everybody fooled.
Bird move. Come into here.
Mouse recover, but
You can only recover one of them,
you're gonna.
unless he burns both.
And
Well,
with
oh,
the
they're
mouse
both
card, I will
threes.
recover
Yeah.
Just lose the
the
card. That's
statue for
fine.
3 points. So these are gonna get spent.
Oh wait, he didn't have any way stations on his board, so he couldn't encamp in that lower mouse clearing, which would have been good.
No, he couldn't.
That was such a missed
That
opportunity.
would have been awesome, yeah.
So you've been working on a fan
And
faction, right?
then we will add
Yep.
to our retinue.
goats?
So we're gonna
Yeah, I've been working on
add a
the
fox
Cirque
move,
to Go
Cirque to goat.
for like 6 months now.
a
Nice.
bird battle.
Yeah.
I know we got to play one game with the goats. Pretty
We
pretty
will live
wild.
off the land, which I
design.
shouldn't have done,
It was
but
fun.
all fun.
That was a fun game.
And we will draw
Um,
4
They're
cards.
probably going to get put in the mod soon,
and
I
then
think.
these 2
Nice.
bastards
So they've moved to stable
are gonna
projects in
come
the Weird Root Discord.
Sweet.
So
running into here.
Also, fun fact: Yankeeflatline in this game drew my
Because of the
ringmaster
scent
goat
marks.
for me.
Oh, yeah.
So-
okay.
Oh,
Yeah, we got cool people in the root community.
Okay. Nothing to refresh. I will. Don't like what I want to do this turn. It's not the target on my back, but I'm already the Vagabond, so I'm going to craft.
We got here. Ooh, a T.
yes.
Oh, we got double T for
Yes,
Barkeep.
yes.
Absolutely need it.
Tell me your problems while I pour you some tea.
And I'm going to. Is it just one badger in this clearing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to
I'm
swing
gonna
on the
battle.
Badgers.
The badgers.
Go ahead. You can roll.
Okay.
Get that infamy point.
1 and 1.
Okay. And that would be flipping the sword for the roll, and then I'll take the hit on. Oh wait, well, damaging. So I'll damage my torch.
Damage the torch. That's crazy.
Oh, yeah. Why not the crossbow?
And I score a point for that as well. And then
I probably would have damaged the sword, honestly.
exhaust a T.
Oh yeah, just keep the. Yeah, keep people
Refresh
from
my hammer
stopping
and
us.
sword.
Oh, nice.
Going
Seeing
to
the Barkeep ability
use
coming
my
up.
crossbow to get rid of one.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we've got a violent
Oh,
Barkeep
this
here.
is great. This is great.
Swinging.
Hostile with the moles. I love that. Uses the T to refresh the hammer
And then
and
we'll
the
attack the
sword,
moles.
then
Do you
going
have
to
an
use the
ambush?
hammer to
Do not.
repair the torch, I guess.
I hope to see it.
Oh, I love this play.
Oh, but that's a terrible roll. But
Yeah, that's not what you wanted.
You do 1.
One, yeah.
So 1
Take
point for
2.
the mole, but then you have to take 2 damage.
yeah, that's
Probably
not.
take the bag
great.
because that puts you up to 6 items, and the T, that's fine.
And
Take the bag.
Don't
need
do the
bag.
hammer.
You don't need the bag.
then I'll use.
Maybe they just. Oh no, he's
This.
using the ability twice. Or
To
Oh,
refresh.
yeah, that's only once
Oh,
per
Can I do
turn.
that? Once a turn? No.
yeah, it's just
Okay.
okay.
Is
You
this
got it,
once,
you got it.
or I can do it?
I think it's once a turn.
Once in
Okay.
daylight.
Once
Once
a
Oh, we
turn.
got a good
yeah,
group
yeah,
here.
I won't
Nice.
do that again.
Otherwise, if you had 2 Ts, you
Yeah.
could like just endlessly cycle to
Sure.
refresh all your
I won't do
items.
that.
You could
So
use the
then,
T to refresh the
uh,
T and then do
so-
it again. That's funny.
Yeah, that's true. Huh?
You got to
No,
flip
not-
your sword and the crossbow, though, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Thank you.
Why would you damage the hammer? I guess you just plan to go to the forest next turn.
Maybe.
So I get one guy at my cannon,
I mean, this duck is surprising us in many ways.
or skunk
so
that over. All
see
right.
what they have planned.
I'm going to fire 3 times into this clearing. So that is
Oh, they do
6
have 3
points.
cannonballs.
Who are you targeting there? Like for each individual one.
And let's clarify how
I'm going
the
to get rid
damage
of
is
these
assigned.
2 Duchy warriors and then one of the badgers.
I'm might be thinking of a different iteration, but I'm pretty sure how it works is
It's
So
compounding.
place,
yeah.
It's
place a
you fire the
cannonball from the
first
boar
one,
into
it's
the
1,
adjacent
the
clearing
second
with
one
an
it
enemy
is
piece.
that one plus the 2. Yeah, so you want to do it kind of
Yeah.
one at a time.
Oh, okay. See, that's how I originally interpreted it, but then I was rereading it just now and I was like, oh, well, I think I was thinking it was a little stronger. All right, so
You can remove 6, but it's gonna be in the iteration of 1, 2, 3.
Right. So the first cannonball would have targeted one of the Duchy warriors. Well, can you target 2 factions with the second cannonball, or is he still targeting 1?
I don't think he can target 2 different factions with a single cannonball.
Okay.
could
But
ask
I'm
for an
not
official
sure that
ruling, but
they
I'm not
are
100%
playing
sure on
this
that.
correctly.
And I think
Cannonball
Bot
kill
would,
more than one guy?
Well, once there's so it's per cannonball in the clearing. So if there's already one there and he shoots another one, it's for both cannonballs in the clearing.
Each cannonball in the clearing.
Yeah,
Oh.
so it compounds. But like if he wants to do the first one with the Duchy and the second one for the Duchy, it would kind of waste one hit for the second one.
So you would do the keeper first, then mine, and then 2 birds. Or
He
3
could do,
birds.
or 3 birds. He could do that. Yeah.
I'm gonna get 1 bird, 2 Duchy, and then use the other quote unquote 2 on the keepers.
You could get out a roost, get a point.
I
Okay,
appreciate
but-
it. This is helpful to me.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, I haven't seen this version of the Noxious Battery in play.
It's not really to be helpful to the birds. It's honestly for selfish reasons. But moving on to crafting, I will go ahead and craft a coins for 3 points. Might be a bad idea, might not. Who knows? Alright, moving on to daylight actions. Action 1, I'm going to
So it looks like the
move
skunks
these
would
guys
basically
over
just
here.
have to move. Oh, you can't move the cannonballs. You have to move the cannon, and then you have to spend
Action
a card
2, I'm going to
to haul,
stand and deliver
which will
to
put.
return all those cannonballs back to my supply.
Yeah, they need to hit the skunks.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh my.
And then action. Yeah, so that's 1.
The skunks have armors though,
Move.
which incentivizes
Sure.
it, and the
Alright,
stink too.
then I'll use my last 2 actions to recruit.
The
Also
guys-
limiting
Two actions left.
the stink tokens. The despot should be going
Yes,
after the
I'll
stink
move,
tokens, to be honest with you,
recruit. Yeah.
because they're worth
Oh,
extra
yeah.
points, and it also limits the number of cannonballs that the skunks can
Moving
get
on
back
to spray.
into the bore.
I
yeah,
get another
that's
scent
right.
mark right there.
Yeah, that's too much. They need to clean that up.
And no other scent marks go away. I load 2 guys into the bore. Draw 3 cards.
You really don't want them to have more
Discard down
than
to 5. So I'll
that
have to
third
let rid of
stink.
1.
You only want them to have 2 stink on the board if you're playing against them, because that third stink is an extra cannonball into the bore. That's just more shots that they get to fire.
Or
Yeah.
get rid of this cobbler.
That's so interesting to see how the cannonball works now, because I thought it was
Then
just
I
like a
imagine-
1 cannonball per warrior or enemy piece thing. But the way they were doing it and the way it's written, sounds like it does compound each time you shoot.
Yeah, you're not supposed to plop all of them, all the cannonballs down. I mean, usually it makes sense to take
Oops.
1 clearing, because you want to pick up all the cannonballs at once. So it's not efficient to fire into multiple clearings.
Yeah, yeah.
Burrow doesn't really work that good for this, does it? It's stuck? Ah.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no! We got a disaster.
Oh no.
Ah.
Okay, that. All
You
right,
need your
we're gonna do a
pieces.
mole count.
Yeah, it took
1,
out the pieces
2,
that were on
3,
it.
4, 5,
You can just copy some.
6,
Yeah.
The numbering's right.
7, 8. 8 plus 9 is 17. If they clone 3. Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh no.
What?
We're in trouble, guys. A lot of moles.
Wow, moles.
So step 1, I copy my moles.
Step
Okay,
one,
they did it
copy my
right.
moles.
By my count.
Alright, I'm gonna move here.
They just don't have the burrow.
Yeah.
We're still on
Over
round
here,
3,
so it's
right?
got
We
2
didn't miss it.
moves. Yeah, battle.
No, we're still on round 3.
Vagabond.
Yeah.
think bot's counting the
Ambush.
warriors.
I think it's right. I'm counting
It
20.
looks right. I'm counting
Yeah.
20 as well.
What do I take though? What was the roll?
So
Maybe
it
just
is in
read.
chat. 3 and 1.
Okay.
I can't ping.
So you only take 2 because you ambushed.
They put the ambush card on the dominance.
Yeah, they did.
I don't know what kind of homebrew you're working on, but that ain't right. You grab him. Okay.
That. I can't sway anything.
So what I see is happening with the moles here, a little bit of stumbling,
Draw my card.
a little bit of, just kind of missing some of the details of how to really maximize efficiency. And I think that's actually going to work out in their favor in the long run because they're
Really?
not going to be turning themselves into a big threat. So I think they're going to very slowly, quietly grow. Just my prediction. As the rest of the table deals with the skunks and the badgers and the barkeep.
Just no good options.
Yeah, the moles do have that potential to burst later because of this. Ooh.
The Eyrie have had taken some hits here.
They have fallen on rough times being butted against these violent badgers. Very aggressive badgers.
There's really nowhere to hide.
Well, I'd want to move. Oops.
Although I'd probably
Mouse
recommend
move.
going offensive. Like maybe even putting that battle card into the mouse clearing. Because you can go
Alright.
back and rebuild the roost that you've lost.
Yeah, root disadvantages the attacker so much that if you have the capability of being an attacker and don't do it, like it's a real opportunity
Yeah.
lost.
If you don't have any true
Then
Woodland Alliance defensive benefits,
move
then just letting people attack you
using
as your
the
strategy is
fox
not
card.
going to work.
Move using mouse.
Most cases.
Wow, there's only 3 badgers on the board right now. Look at that. They got
Move
all of them
using
out.
That's a concerted effort on the on the table's
card.
part.
Yeah, I'm sending. I'll send 2 for that last move.
And everything I said
And
about
then
the moles, I
build
think applies to the Eyrie as well. They're
up in this corner.
whether it be intentionally or not, they're
The same
kind of
boring
laying
turn.
low. Maybe not
2
sandbagging.
points,
Maybe
2
that's not the right
cards.
word, but they're not calling attention to themselves. That's the point. And then
Wow,
that
that
could
is
be a
true.
strength in the long run
So
if they
low
can
with
turn
that.
it into success.
Still no birds, huh?
Oh,
Now we're
man.
on to round 4.
I just feeling
Round
it's one
4.
of those games, you know.
Oh, did the moles not sway?
They
Last
did not.
time?
Yeah, they
We're
didn't.
gonna
Oh.
decamp.
That
Here.
hurts.
Sorry, I left some pieces in the stink.
Oh yeah, go ahead and do that
Okay.
with movements.
Yep.
Okay.
Honestly, I
get
would
one
have
at
I would have
the
used that
way station
stink
here, and then
highway
I'm going
across the
to
board up to that
spend
fox
that
clearing.
card, travel gear,
the-
and
Oh,
Where
where
the way
the
station- yeah.
way station is?
recruit.
Oh,
Yeah.
that would have been good.
4 badgers.
Although it would put them in danger of the badgers, who'd probably just come smack them. But
2 here. 2
But they're
here.
probably gonna get smacked anyway. Well, maybe not because
Then
we'll
I
see.
don't know, the skunks are a danger, so hopefully.
I'd like to see the badgers go after the
We
skunks here.
shall
To be honest with you,
take our
as
Me too.
inefficient as that might be, I
wild
think
move out of this mouse clearing
if they don't, the skunks are just gonna keep
with
hitting.
all our guys.
The badgers
Wild
aren't
move
really in
out
range of the
this
skunks right
fox
now,
clearing.
but It would
Oh,
be
we'll
nice to
leave one.
whittle them down a bit.
Yeah, we'll take all our guys. Fox move out of this clearing with both our guys.
Just abandoning the
And then
relic.
bunny move with
Interesting. I guess it's
4
already out its
guys
matching way station.
into this clearing.
Battle the skunks.
Oh yeah.
Do it.
Then I'm gonna take with the faithful retainer. I'm gonna battle the skunks in this clearing.
Alright, one question.
Yeah.
If I choose to play armors, do I choose that after
I think
the
you can choose it after.
Yep, they can choose it
Yeah, you would
after.
ignore
Yeah.
the rolls taken to the roll
Okay.
first.
Yeah.
Alright, yeah.
Yeah, you get to see the
Okay.
roll before you decide.
There you go. You don't need to play it.
You should definitely use it.
I do still rule the clearing, so I will delve, and I'm gonna delve this
It
statue.
worked out for both parties, really.
And I do rule 2.
That's good.
I will battle again using the bunny card, rabbit card.
Go ahead.
3-0. That's probably
I will
where you
use the
wanna use it.
armors, yeah.
Okay. And we'll take
Doing
this
another
relic.
delve. Oh my, there
My
are a lot of
goodness.
relics on the board.
Losing that bunny card.
And only one
No,
card to recover.
You don't have to lose that.
And then with my
Because
staffers,
there's a way station up in the
Oh,
falls.
you're right. You don't have to lose that.
we'll go ahead and... How do I want to do this? Yeah, we'll battle in this clearing here.
But said you don't lose the card.
So no ambush, nothing for
Yeah,
that
no
too?
ambush.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Assuming as such, but... There we go.
Okay.
That's a point for removing the stink. I will take this relic.
wow.
3, which is rough.
That one they do lose a card.
Should have done the other thing, which was the plan, but it's fine. Moving to armors. Cool. So I can go ahead and move
Do you want me to hop in the Discord and just tell them to not lose the rabbit card?
I don't know. Like I put it in the chat.
into this clearing here. Oh,
What's the
sorry.
value of what you dealt?
That's not what I was gonna do, but I screwed myself. It's fine. We'll move into that clearing there and add to retinue. So
I should just call it out. I will. Hey Rudy, I don't want to.
yeah, go
you
ahead.
didn't on that first battle delve. You didn't need to lose a card
On the second one.
on the first. It was on the first one.
This
on-
one, I.
The one that
Oh,
you-
Yeah, you're right.
The one that you
the-
pulled
the-
from the forest just north of you.
Yeah.
There's a way
so that was
station up
the funny
there.
one.
So,
Yeah.
but then you
No,
did.
you're
But,
right.
but you did need to lose the card. After that.
I did lose the card after that. That was the armor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
You still have the rabbit, but you don't have the armors.
That was yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's so hard to know like when to jump in. I think
Beautiful.
like you don't want to try to make it a judgment call and say, well, that helps them if I step in. It's more just a matter of if they missed a rule
Still
and
can't
we
see the
catch
badges,
it,
so after my turn,
might as
I'll
well jump in
leave
and
come
fix
back.
it.
Yeah.
But
I-
Yeah,
still do
it's
that.
a totally different style than the winter
So I'm
tournament.
going
It's been
to
interesting to
Do I
watch.
refresh damaged items
I think it's a good style.
and they just stay damaged?
Well, I kind of got that from the Space Cats Peace Turtles. That's how they've been
You
doing it.
can
They
refresh them,
they
yeah.
jump
That
in
sounds
when they
right,
notice
yeah.
something.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I know they're still damaged.
It's never about a
Okay,
strategic
then
choice.
I'm
It's always
going
about
to
how you
actually
played the
slip
rules and doing
into
something wrong.
This clearing.
Yeah.
Whether it benefits you
And-
to have done it wrong or not, I think
Poker.
that's not necessarily
Let me,
important.
here you go.
I
It's
feel
just
like
important.
that's completely in the spirit of Root too.
Yeah.
This is how we do things here.
Business. What are those coins?
But at the same time, nobody at the table should be shamed for not helping. It's not their job to make sure that the players don't screw themselves by misinterpreting rules. But
That's true.
that's why we're here.
Oh, I have to exhaust
Partially.
something for that, so I will exhaust.
Okay, the barkeep is not going
I
to
will
the
exhaust
forest.
The sword for the aid, and then since we're in a fox clearing, I will quest for the tea
And the coin.
Fox.
Some aggressive use of the T. I kind of like it. But
Or 2
His
coins.
satchel limit is
satchel limit's going to get ugly here.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna pull a warrior for live off the land.
What do you get rid of here? The
But I
crossbow
literally can't do anything else.
and the coins?
So,
Hmm.
I will draw 2
Yeah,
cards.
I guess. Oh, he does not draw 2 cards. Just one.
Have to remove,
And move. Do what?
do you have to remove items?
I will need to remove items at the end of this turn, yeah.
Got 1 card. Oh, yeah.
Oh, is it? I
Oh,
don't-
yeah, okay, I'll put that. I didn't
You
even look
got
at
it.
yet because
Yeah,
it's not flipped in my
perfect.
hand. Thank you, Papa. And I will... Yeah.
Yeah, probably getting rid of the crossbow and the coins.
Wow.
What? Oh,
Wow.
okay.
This is some crazy vagabond strategy. I'm into it. Like, I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'm loving it.
I'll move here.
Maybe they have a T in their hand. I'm hoping they have a T in their hand.
On my turn.
Like, I don't want to say that typical vagabond strategy is boring, but this is exciting.
All right. I
You
get one guy out my
cannot
cannon.
guess what this duck is going to do at any moment.
There's one chaos duck.
Man, are the squirrels going to shoot into the badger clearing? They gotta, right?
Oh, I think you have. I mean, you're not gonna. Oh boy, yeah.
Wait, as if in battle, does that mean
Most points.
the relics soak it? I guess no, because they're not taking hits.
The reason that that's in there is because any
For
effects
the lizards, right?
that would trigger, it treats them as if it's the battle, even though there's no die
I
roll.
will
Yeah,
That's basically
right.
why it's
So,
worded the way that it is
fire
on the board.
once
Yeah, it's for like field hospitals and
To this
revenge.
clearing.
Hitting the moles?
Oh, really?
for
Okay.
2 points. Remove 1 Duchy piece.
Yep.
I will not craft anything. I will use my first action to move all these guys down here.
Another interesting
I don't know
thing,
why I'm moving them
despite
one at a time,
the
but-
fact that they're in that fox clearing, I don't believe they don't actually. Oh no, they do have a battle. They could have battled that roost. They
Then
didn't. Interesting.
so that's
Hmm.
action 1. I'm gonna keep
Kind of not
tag.
make them too weak, maybe, but
Going to spend this T to hold that guy back to supply.
So there's been 1 T crafted, and I've seen 2 Ts discarded. So I believe that's all the Ts until we get a fresh deck, right?
I think you're right. Yeah, there's
Okay.
only 5 cards left in the deck, though, so I guess it's coming up.
And I only mentioned that just because you had talked about the Vagabond maybe having a T in their hand, and I don't think that's the case.
Yeah.
I will recruit for my last 2.
So there's a good likelihood
Yeah.
that like the other two favor cards have shown up in
Moving on
someone's
to
hand by
evening.
now.
The scent
Who
mark
can craft
gets
them, though?
moved away. And
The
then
moles
it reappears
possibly
here.
could. If they have a favor of the mouses, well, no, they can't. They don't have
I
the four
load two
moles.
guys
So,
into my boar.
yeah, no one can craft any favors currently.
Draw 2 cards. And then
But
add this card down to
skunks
5.
probably could pull it off though if they fire all cannonballs next turn into a clearing and craft a favor.
Currently the skunks have 3 rabbit skunk tokens, stink tokens on the board.
Oh, do they craft with stink marks? I thought
Yeah.
they did it with cannonballs.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Do they have 3 rabbit ones right now?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
man.
I don't know. I want to see if the table catches it,
Actually,
but we could see a favor of the rabbit and then wipe out all those badgers. Well,
They'll be gone.
yeah, exactly. I got a little excited, but
That'd be a glorious 6
why
points.
is the round marker on 1?
Oh,
Right, so I'm gonna say this space in between the noble and the
that's weird.
4th player card. That's my burrow now.
4?
that should
So
be
I
on
deleted my
4.
If you want to use the coin as the bro, you can lock it in place.
Oh,
Yeah.
you lock it. Let's see. How do I lock it?
Then I think just L will work or Control L or something, but I might be wrong.
Just L. I know.
If you go to toggles and then
I know they
click
can't
lock,
hear me, but just L.
Just now. For the folks at home.
Oh,
For the folks
no,
at
it's
home.
No longer locked.
Okay.
Well, now it's locked in the air, so
That's fine.
even
Okay.
better.
Yes, burrow in the air. That makes sense.
Thematically,
Sky
a complete
moles.
miss, but functionally it works. But how do the moles get back into this game? They need to sway. They've got 5 cards in their
This
hand.
one's fox.
Don't.
Burrow
I hope.
here.
Okay, they're gonna get some cardboard.
Ooh, think they're going after the
go get
relic?
that cardboard.
Wait,
Yeah.
why not go into the mouse? There's an unattended relic in the north mouse. That's worth 3 points right there.
the ear
One
really
action,
hoping
fight there.
that
Oh my
the relic
goodness.
stays around,
Beat
probably.
it up.
Because they'll eat that up
Full,
That's 1
full
point.
Well,
if they go,
I'm
if they
going
have a card to battle,
use
I
the
guess.
Brigadier to
take 2
move.
moves.
Yeah, yeah.
This guy over here.
And then use the captain to
okay.
battle it.
I'm going to take
I like this move by the moles. Oh,
these
sweet.
guys.
Bringing the moles back to the
and
burrow,
move the
protect them
burrow,
from the abuse that they've been taking.
That's solid.
And then I'm going to use the captain to do another battle. Down
Yeah,
here.
go ahead.
Oh,
Got them
Go.
both. That's
4
3
points
points.
for that. Well, 3 points for that.
3 points?
that's solid.
Yeah, the relics are worth 2.
Oh, hooray! That's not fun.
I won't take the relic.
Although
you
the
get
moles
to choose
get to
where
choo-
this
yeah,
goes
yeah.
in any forest.
Any forest?
Interesting
Any
choice to
forest?
have left
Any
that
forest.
there. I wonder
Um,
if Rudy just didn't realize it was
How
left
about
behind.
this one over? How do I ping?
Rudy is
What's the button
grabbing
for
a
that?
lot of relics and not
It's that
recovering
tab.
many of them.
If I was gonna send
So
it
there is a
anywhere,
strategy
I would
that
send it. It's up to you.
that's
Up
I don't
there.
know if it's going around whatever
Here?
you, but there is a
Okay.
strategy I'm aware of where you play a little loose with your relics, and then in the
Ah.
late game you know exactly where you need to be in order to recover
How do I
them.
turn that off?
So they're face up.
Just
So
go
like
ahead and
the goal
click
is to get them
grab in
up on
top
the
left
board.
corner.
The danger is obviously you're giving away 2 points each time that
There it is.
happens,
I
but
got
the
you.
benefit is
Alright,
the
cool.
fact that you know where the relics are, you know
then
how
where do
many
I have things?
clearings you have to
Here,
rule to recover
here.
them, and
All right.
it's a little bit of a
So
balancing
reveal,
act, but
tax
that strategy
collector,
does exist. I don't know how well it's
Cyber
been
burrow bank
proven.
to recruit the marshal.
I've always thought theoretically that could be a strategy, but I never seen anyone use it.
I think it's
So,
too slow. I mean, this is all just theoretical reaction to it. I just think it's too slow. You're giving those points away, plus it's kind of forces you to do things twice.
right. Yeah, like battle and delve twice just to
Oh,
get
no,
the
no,
kind
no.
you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the real point is you don't have to sell out to protect your relics. Like you don't have to
Sad bird
protect them at all
noises for those-
cost.
That card.
Sometimes you might
there.
be okay losing
Yeah,
a
I
relic here or
nice.
there
Either with
and say,
Erie's
you know
plan.
what, I'm gonna go grab that later because I'll know
Yeah.
exactly what I need to get it.
That's true. No one
this is
attacked the
not really
badger
good, too.
ball
Gonna
because
go over
those were just out there. So
because of the
That makes sense.
stank.
There's coins going into the. Ooh, I got a battle.
all right, there
I'm
we go.
assuming we're gonna take that
we will
mole out.
do that.
But man, this is not sustainable. I don't feel like though, like
For whom?
because just the mice battles in general. Like these
Oh.
clearings are very unpopulated. I feel like this is going to cause a
See.
turmoil in like 3 turns.
Recruit twice. I think there and there.
I mean, it depends on if the table decides to like evacuate all the mice clearings. What's interesting is the badgers have 0 mice cards in their retinue, so it's going to be very easy for them to stay out of mouse.
Yeah.
So we'll move
But
there.
that's why, okay, using the
the
despot
mouse.
to get that point. Yeah, live a little short-sighted. That's fine. I'm good with it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe turmoiling into charismatic.
I'm an
That's
Eyrie
the way to
player at heart, and I love playing loose and fast with the Eyrie. I think it's the right way to go. It's a puzzle every turn.
Then we'll go.
Don't be afraid of a little
Fox.
turmoil. It's fine.
Third. That's the 3 moves. We'll
And then we'll
battle,
battle.
the Duchy right there. Would you like to ambush?
No. What's this gently used knapsack? Is this mine?
Yes, that is yours.
That was the card you spent to tunnel, I think.
Oh yeah,
Yes,
it was.
that should be
Then it
spent.
is not yours.
Okay.
I
Okay.
stand corrected.
So then this tunnel
Bye, tunnel.
turn view, I get 2 points for that. And then I build.
Well, look who's up near the front now.
Yeah, Eyrie holding in.
We'll build up there. And I believe that is 3 points and 2
I
cards.
do like that build there. I'm locking in that mole for a battle later.
Just try to get away from that skunk.
That's great. I mean, I guess it was already tied in roll, but
All right,
All right,
over
on
to you,
round
Badgers.
5.
Yeah, we're gonna make this work. We're going to encamp here for statue.
Okay,
a lot of move.
how do you have the movement
Yeah,
to
we can
get?
make that work.
Yeah, you do. I think you do. Because you have one rabbit adjacent to you, and you have another rabbit 2 moves away.
And so
That's
then
brilliant. This is going to be a brilliant play.
Yeah, that's a
we
good
will
setup.
recruit once.
And there's a statue on the board, which makes it a little less brilliant. Because it would have been nice to have a
with
tablet
brutal tactics,
and a jewelry and get that 2-point bonus. But
which
I
is
still think this is a
badgers.
really good play.
I'm glad he recruited because
Calling
he
Badgers.
needed to.
We will take a bunny move
Got to bring at least 4. Oh,
into
you're going
here.
that way?
Okay.
That's fine.
3 there and then 4 the other way.
A
Bring the jewelry with
bunny
you.
move into here.
He's going to pick up a 4th one for sure.
4 guys.
You're saying bring the jewelry with?
Yeah.
And then a
Because
fox
otherwise,
move into
you're going to have the
here.
jewelry sitting. Oh, wait. Yeah, you're going to have the jewelry sitting there with one
And
badger
then
guarding
that's
it.
ignore the
defended,
wild
yeah.
root move.
I guess you're going to recover once, and then
We
you
will.
can move from Fox, so that's not going to be helpful.
Battle in this clearing against the skunks with the bunny card.
There goes favor the
Go ahead.
rabbits.
Okay, beautiful.
Oh, maybe not.
1-0. Just 1 skunk. And we want to delve.
And if you were going to
Use the
battle Delve there,
card.
having that jewelry in your clearing
And
with
then
you would
gonna move
have
out of
also
it.
been
no
good for you.
delve.
So
And then
I think not
Yeah.
taking the jewelry was a bit of a mistake.
you're going to take the skunk
Think
out of the
so.
clearing. It was this top clearing. Yeah. And then I might as well just battle there again with the bird card.
No ambush.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh no.
the favor of the rabbit dream lives on.
Beautiful.
I don't think the Barkeep can get over there either, though. Well, I don't think the
First off,
Barkeep.
I
I think
will
Barkeep's going
use
in the
the
forest.
Faithful Retainer
So
They
to
don't all be very sad.
recover in this clearing. I roll 3 bunny clearings, so I can.
And all the badgers got to
remove both of these
evacuate.
for 5 points. Hello.
That was a great
Without
turn by
losing a card.
badgers.
I mean, a favor of the rabbit's not going to pay off
Have
big. It's
to
going to absolutely crush the badgers. Like the badgers aren't going to be on the board anymore if the dream is alive.
And then
Actually, the
I'll
stink
leave
highway
that as
could
is.
save the badgers.
You're right.
I might need a clarification with the skunk scent markers. Can I move badgers to separate clearings? Like, can I say send 2 here, 2 here?
I don't think that's the case.
Let's see.
I mean, it just says out of clearing, so I would think so.
I would assume yes. I don't
Yeah.
see any reason why not.
You're scattering from this smell.
So
I'm going to put that question in the Discord channel for the
I've only ever
battery,
seen
but-
people move all their cluster of warriors together.
Yeah.
It doesn't
reason
say
why I
take a move
asked.
action though, so I would, if it said take a move action, then you would have to group them, I think. But I think it's ambiguous enough that you can do that.
Yeah, I don't see anything that
Are
restricts you
people
from doing
comfortable
that.
with that? If I'm gonna separate my army a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. And I guess technically before I do all that, I'll do all my upkeep, so... Oh, interesting. I might actually not do that, because technically I would live off the land before I do all those moves. So... I wouldn't have to
Jumped the
worry
gun a
about
little
that.
bit there.
So you can actually end up with...
Are you talking about the skunk moves?
Yeah, I'm talking about the skunk moves, so...
I always read it as you could split them up, but I don't know.
It's at
Well,
the end of
I
the
don't think
evening,
he wants
so
to
yeah,
anymore,
you would
so.
have to. Yeah, you'd have to live off the land first, and then at the end of the evening, then you would.
Yeah,
move
so
on.
I would end up being able to do this without having to lose either of those warriors. For my...
Wait, no, he had 4 in that rabbit clearing.
4 or
fighting
more,
those
you'd have to lose one of these
skunks.
guys, right?
Okay, they got it.
So, yeah, I would have lost 1 in here, because there was 4 there. You were
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's fun. You can group the badgers together and have, 4 at the end without having had to lose any because
So
of the
let's
stink
just go
highway.
ahead and we'll refill this. And I draw 2 cards.
I think Barkeep's going into the forest here.
It's gotta.
Order of operations that was a little janky, but I think it worked out.
My turn's rather simple. I will slip into the forest. I knocked myself in the forest with that last turn. And
It's true.
that should be it besides
That's true.
drawing 1 card. Let me refresh everything.
Oh, that scent mark should be gone. No, that's at the end of his turn, right? Yeah.
It'll be his turn, yeah.
If Favor the Rabbits goes off,
That's
it's
gonna,
still going to be pretty
it's gonna
big.
be hilarious. I mean,
We're going to lose
there's
4
not a
badgers,
big payoff for it.
Relic, and 1 way station.
It's worth 3 points for the skunks.
It's true.
All right. I get 1 guy at my cannon. I'm going to fire once into this clearing. For 3 points. Well, actually, Am I able to fire even if there aren't enemies to destroy?
I don't see any reason why not.
Fire
Wait.
an adjacent clearing with an enemy piece.
Okay, so yeah, that is clear.
Okay. I will fire my second one into this clearing. To remove that Duchy warrior for 2
Ooh,
points.
spreading up the cannonballs.
So that's 5 points total. So I go to from 11 to 16.
I'm wondering if it's
Now
if the point scoring is supposed to be the opposite. So the first
We were
cannon that you
talking-
fire is 1.
about it pre-game, and ever since the deck was
Well, it's oh, it's here.
There it is.
It's here, Bot
favor
Bot.
of the rabbits.
It's
the
here.
favor of the
Oh
rabbits.
my goodness.
Wild.
Bye, Badger.
So I get 3 points from this clearing.
That
And I think
nothing
that's the only
more,
thing
nothing
that.
there. Yeah.
Oh.
And the rabbit and the skunks have painted a red
You
target
also
on
do
their
get
back.
to choose where that relic goes, so I'll just let you make that decision.
I'm
Oh,
so
actually,
happy
is
a
that the
favor
smartest
got
one?
played this game.
I like it.
I'm gonna put it over here. All right, moving on to daylight actions. I will move 2 guys this way for first action.
Counting
One
to
guy
3.
this way. Then I will spend a stand and deliver and a sword in order to get those cannonballs back to my supply. That's my 4 actions. Going on to spray. This scent mark goes away, but one reappears here. And then the other clearings I think are kosher.
Yeah.
I load both of these guys into my bore. And then draw 2 cards. And then my turn.
I'm being very quiet,
Might
Thuy, because
I'll
I'm
go up in the
searching
air.
to find out when you score the cannonballs if you're supposed to move
We
from
need to
left to
do
right
some
or right to
skunk
left.
bopping.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We do.
yeah. I was thinking
Probably
that's what
damage the
was
cannon and then
happening.
start playing root ball with his cannonballs.
Color Sion. Alright, I'll get in on this. Alright, I'm gonna spend big sale.
But they
Oh.
definitely need to be hitting.
In here.
They need to damage the cannon. Like that needs to happen.
Oh yeah.
Or I'm gonna recruit first and then
Yeah,
do that.
recruit one.
You
and
saw
then
them
dig.
play the favor of the rabbits, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Although the dig action doesn't.
Sorry, my reaction was very undersold.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Still move though.
But I also felt bad for the Badgers a little bit.
Oh, of course, of course.
Right.
For me, it was nice to see such like
we
a
got?
classic card
Piece
played,
there.
Yeah.
but not too much
Nice
damage.
piece.
Well, credit to us for
Gone.
seeing it. How about that?
2 nice pieces.
Yeah.
Alright,
we
I'm gonna
spotted that.
use my Brigadier to battle in that clearing. You have an ambush.
No, go ahead.
Wait, 1/1. Battle again in that clearing. 0/0. Oh, that's
yeah.
Oh,
It's the second time that 0-0's been rolled against him.
Alright, I'm gonna move my marshal to move this warrior into this clearing, and then I'm gonna battle again.
With Captain, I assume.
Captain, yeah. 2-1.
Okay, 2-1. Solid.
That's an initial bop. Maybe some birds can go bop.
Yeah.
They still stink though.
Birds don't have the decree to go bop.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do my
They can add some cards.
Did I believe somebody in a bunny? Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna reveal this guy. I'm gonna reveal this guy, and I'm gonna reveal this guy to grab the mayor.
There you go.
Okay,
Um,
that works. That follows.
okay.
What are we looking at?
And then I draw one card.
I think it's being played correctly because the challenge is to load all three. So if you load all three, then you shoot
Guys,
one,
1, 2.
then you get 3 points.
Ah, man.
Yeah, so you basically have to choose between
Oh, well.
consistent scoring
Oh, you can
and doing
move
as
back
much
to your
damage as
burrow over the
possible.
mouse.
Yeah.
Can move them back to my burrow, can I? This is an
Yeah.
adjacent clearing.
I just would
Well,
say that
no,
it's not
well, I guess
abundantly
you could do
apparent
that, yeah. I was
which
thinking you could,
order they should
like,
be
line
added. I
them
mean,
to
if
the
you
bottom left mouse
if you
clearing.
look at typical
So
root
there's two
mechanics,
stunts.
you
Which
always
means-
remove them
Yeah, you can.
Oh,
root
from
this
left
one,
to
root
right,
You can like
and you
train-
always
you can,
put
like,
them
follow a
on
little
from right to
train.
left.
I'm into it.
Yeah.
All right.
So the
But
way that it's being
burrow, I didn't
played
think
is
about that. That's a
correct
really cool
as far
mechanic.
as I can
Yeah, you
tell.
could burrow. Yeah.
Could
I was
go
just
right.
panicking
No.
a little bit because I thought maybe it was being played incorrectly.
Or am I? Yeah, I'm gonna burrow.
No, that makes sense. You don't
It's
usually
with-
add things to your,
Sure. Yeah.
to your
why not?
faction board. So
options?
Yeah.
as
He
much
doesn't
as
get to
you
move until
remove
he
them,
fires.
this faction's
So he
very
fires
dynamic in
first,
that
and then
way.
he moves. Okay. Yeah, I'm good. All right.
You sure you don't want to burrow that last one?
Yeah, he's gonna say that.
Anyways, I'm curious what happens to the cannon if that gets damaged. Do you get a point for that?
You get a point and you flip it over, and all the cannonballs fall out into
Right.
adjacent clearings.
You know, the cannonballs fall out. I didn't know that.
If a cannonball would be removed by another
It's a
player,
really silly.
they place it in
fireball.
an adjacent
It's
clearing
actually
instead.
one of my
Well, that's
favorite things
cannonball.
about the faction
See-
is then every time you hit a cannonball, you just move it to an adjacent clearing, so you can just be like "fuck you" and then
Play.
bounce it to the other side of the map.
They're
Just
my favorite
imagining
faction
like
for
these
faction
moles
faction.
like whacking a big lump of iron with a sword.
It's a good one.
All right, I got to do some math here.
The pieces look good too. I like that one. I mean, they're handstand farting, but it's still good.
Well, but the stink
Man,
isn't
all
that
these
bad 'cause of that,
factions seem like they're in a rough
adds,
spot.
like, free movement.
Except for maybe
Yeah, the
Eyrie.
stink.
But I'd
is,
say
like,
the play style that
it's
the
bad in
players
a
have
lot
been
of
using for this
situations,
game
but it can
is
be kinda
why
nice.
we're
you can kind
here.
of just move into
Yeah.
it, and then at the end of
Yeah,
the turn,
they-
you get
think-
free moves.
I would-
The
what I
difference
would-
is
I would
the
call
chance
it
to move to the bottom
casually
right
violent,
box clearing, which has
meaning
been empty this whole
They weren't
game.
like going for the jugular, but they were definitely
Well,
nibbling
they
on the
weren't that-
edges to keep factions kind of in check.
Favor cards do
It's
not
been
synergize
fairly,
well with this faction because
well distributed,
out of the clearings that I need to
but for some
craft it.
reason the skunks just aren't being dealt with, and I don't
didn't
think
about that. That's a good
anybody
point.
knows how to deal with them
Because I
yet.
had that since
They're
like,
figuring it
turn
out.
2.
You did well to get the points
Yeah.
you did for it.
Do you
Yes.
craft,
Excited to see
do you
how they
craft beginning
respond.
turn?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm kind of noticing the favorite cards, like the Badgers only have 3 way stations.
Okay, 1, 2. How does this work?
See if we get the decree and the board and the shot. Double recruit.
I'm trying to figure out if I can go after them or not.
Okay, skunks.
The thing is they score 6 points in their next turn. Right?
Yeah, I know that. I really want to do something, but I gotta be very careful, or I will turmoil myself and be a help to nobody.
Yeah, and sadly, I'm no help at all next turn.
I get rid of targets, right? Like we gotta vacate that box clearing.
I mean, there's only 2 skunks with the cannon, right?
That's actually true too. Is he can only fire
Yeah,
once
seems like
if
we
you
should be able
leave
to
this
get it.
clearing and then I leave this clearing.
Yeah.
You can also only load so many based off the number of stink on the board. So I could get rid of the bunny stink here.
Well, does it go
Next.
away? It just bounces to another place.
Well,
No,
it's only if there's two or more in that clearing. Does he?
Oh, it's the cannonball that can't get removed. It stinks.
The cannonball kick stinks does get removed, and based on how many of the red numbers in the stink is how many he can load.
Mm,
So if we get rid of a lot of stink, he can only load 1 cannonball or 2.
yeah.
I mean, he already has them already loaded, but it slows him down the following turn.
And the cannonballs don't come off the board, right?
They do not. So you don't get points for that, but you can kick them as far away depending on how many attacks.
Okay, so I think I can make this work. I'm going to craft brutal tactics.
Oh yeah. 2 fox verified.
And then
Brutal Tactics, one of my favorite cards in
add to
base
the
deck.
decree.
Very fitting in this game.
Gosh, it's
If
the
you
thing
hit
is
the
if I
clearing-
overextend, that really hurts me the next turn. That's what I'm worried about.
What is it that you want? Like,
Eerie are wrong about that. Like, there's nobody.
Like an
There's
AD,
nobody
I
there to
don't know,
mess
where-
with him. The
depending on where you
moles
are.
have
I just
3
don't think I'll be
warriors
able
on
to
the board.
damage the cannon necessarily.
Yeah.
I'd have to roll a 3 to damage the cannon. So
I say like what
actually
we
have to
can do
roll.
too is if you come soften this up, I can move in there and hit it.
you'd have
okay.
to roll 3 twice because I think the stink goes away first.
It's up to him.
Well, I have brutal tactics.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I see.
Yeah.
But that's
So-
still a perfect roll.
Yeah. And then that's not counting ambushes, but we're gonna give it a shot, I think.
It's still 1 point plus your roosts.
Well, yeah, and I have despot. I'm despot, so it's still not bad. I'm just
No,
Yeah.
slowing him down.
I was debating putting another card in battle, and I think that'd be bad in the future. All right, so I will recruit twice.
Ah.
I'm going to use my mouse move right there, so I've got a safety. And then I have a fox move.
Hmm.
Then the bird move. Oh, I'm stacking now. No, I'm grabbing everything that's not. Okay. Okay, I think that was all 3 moves. I will go ahead and battle the moles over here. Would you like to ambush?
No.
Right.
Yeah. So what?
Totally fair fight here.
What Silent Echo had said
0-0. Look
before
at that. That is
about
is
being
great.
spread
That
too
is
thin.
perfectly fine.
I
Got
think
the 0-0 out of the
Eerie
way.
are
We
actually in a
chose the
really
right
good
order.
Brutal
position.
tactics, right?
Is they're spread out. There's
Alright, and
really
then
not
now
many
I will
warriors on the
battle
board, and there's a much bigger problem.
The battery in
brutal
that money
tactics
clearing.
on
Would
that?
you like to ambush?
No ambush.
No, I think you're right.
Okay.
You're in a really good spot. Maybe they're just trying to make
That's the
talk
3.
themselves down.
Yeah, and then use brutal tactics, so you do score a point.
Thank you.
but that should remove the warriors, the stink, and damage the cannon.
So what's that? 3
Beautiful.
points.
Actually, does the I don't think the
scored
cannonballs
2
come
points for that.
I thought they
Cannonball
did.
pinata.
Do they not anymore?
Oh, if it would be removed, they place it in an
I
adjacent
feel
clearing
it should be
instead.
3 because you got rid of the stink, you got the cannon, and then your despot.
You get a point for the cannon.
Oh, I don't know.
You
if
get
it
points
does
for
or
the
not.
You get a point for the
Damaging the
cannon.
cannon. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if that counted since it wasn't being removed. So
The cannonballs don't count, but the cannon does.
It wouldn't. It's a special rule though.
So
That enemy scores 1 point and moves all cannonballs from the board to any adjacent clearings.
do they have to be the same one? Or
I-
I get to move
It
them?
says any adjacent clearings. So yeah, the enemy.
Yeah,
so
and
the
you'd want to
person
put them in
hit you
separate clearings.
will
That's
move
going to be a lot more
Why not?
inefficient for
So-
them
Put them
to
all in the clearing he doesn't control.
go get the cannonballs.
If you
Where does
What
it
do I
say
have
the
in
cannonballs come out when the cannon is broken?
put 2 here,
It
yeah, I
says
can
that in
send
the
them
cannon's
different
variability.
directions here. I would still put
Okay.
1. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do it like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Um,
Okay.
So there should have been 2 points scored,
Then I will go ahead.
3 points scored for Despot, and then the cannonballs were all
Build.
moved to adjacent clearings, and the cannon is
Yep,
damaged.
I think those 3 points are scored. Okay.
I think that it's 4 points then. And 2 cards.
All right.
Sheesh. All right. Pinball time.
Bot, I'm pretty sure we did correct that so that he scored 3 points. So 2 points for the stink token because he's despot, and then 1 point for the cannon.
Yeah, that should be correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so we will encamp in this clearing. What are we encamping? We're trying to break all the rules for you, Bot.
You are keeping me on my toes. Holy cow.
We're gonna spend this fox card to recruit
Wait to
two.
hear the commentary on this.
Well, I've been playing atrociously, so I'm very curious.
I made like 3 huge mistakes. Just
We're
picking the Vagabond before realizing that all the mouse clearings were on the edge of the board, not even near the ruins. I was like, oh wait, what did I do?
Okay, so 2 cards spent to recruit. I can do my moves. So do fox move here. I may just leave it like that.
Well, I guess I was wrong about one thing, and that was that the Eyrie was going to be hanging back
First
and
third
looking
battle, we'll use
looking
the
less scary. Now
retainer,
they're also a problem.
and we're gonna battle
Yeah.
against the Eyrie.
No ambush.
So that's just a point.
I wouldn't
Mark the
mind
roost.
taking a swing at those
Thank you.
cannonballs and sending them
Boom,
to
and then
adjacent
I will
clearings.
grab this relic, which
Right?
is going to lose me.
But I mean, I guess he's placing the Eyrie
Yeah.
this way because they are looking scary.
Yeah.
I did.
I mean, I don't want to say that you don't want to over police.
I don't care
the
about
skunks,
him.
but I don't know that
He's
that's my
gone.
biggest fear.
And then I will use the crossbow to battle one of the cannonballs. No ambush from skunks.
Yeah, no ambush.
Okay. We're gonna kick it over here then. Ooh, no, we're kicking it here.
Okay, we're seeing some beach volleyball.
All good and dandy. And then we're gonna do this relic. Flip it to 2.
Hope you like to see it.
And then
It's
I
badgers.
will recover in this fox clearing. So I will chuck
Wait, he rolls 2 foxes. He doesn't even check
Lecter.
anything.
Well,
And
he has to lose
to
a fox
recover
card because
both.
he'll lose it on the 3.
Oh, I
roll
didn't see
2
the 3
clearings.
behind the badger. Okay.
Oh my.
So that's 5 points. And these come to my board.
Good recovery.
Hmm.
I mean, after being favored like that, it's nice to see a big healthy jump. But now the moles, and the duck got to get together.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel
everyone's
pretty
on
good
board.
about that.
I mean,
Just-
I'm
moles are
go
going to have a
ahead
lot
and
of
we're gonna
problems here.
throw this card.
I don't know if the moles
into-
recover from this.
Did you mean to say
Battle
financially
Delve,
recover from
and
this?
then
You got it. You got it.
Yes,
Card.
That was a
yes.
test, and you passed.
I'm trying to be careful now. So bot
I'm
bot
never
doesn't
going
have
to
come
financially
up
recover
again.
from this.
And I still probably made a mistake in there.
Okay,
Classic.
so everything's refreshed. I'm going to slip into this clearing and explore.
Drink your water, folks. Drinka the water.
Ah, finally, the duck got a boot.
What's funny is he still needs a second boot because of the hostility.
Oh, yeah.
And then I will go ahead and exhaust the. That'll be for 1 point for the exploring, but I'll go ahead and exhaust the boot to move here. I will craft.
Another boot?
All right, all right.
I like it.
Gotta love seeing a 2-booted duck.
Then
Darn tootin'.
use the T.
Oh, we're gonna get a double
Well,
explore,
dear.
maybe? Maybe not. What's in that last one? Wait, hold on.
We've
Yeah,
seen the
what is-
sword. Oh, another
Right in my
hammer.
bag. Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen the sword, the bag, and the boot. So the
Right.
hammer is
I
last.
already crafted. Did I open? Oh,
Is that what he did? Did he use the T to refresh the torch?
No, he was hovering over the T as if he were going to do that, but
I don't hate it.
maybe he talked
getting
himself
the
out of it.
hammer.
I mean, to get a hammer?
So
I guess you can
just
get it next turn. I mean, the game's not ending quite yet.
That's
I'd
true.
say if the Eyrie aren't checked, the Eyrie are 3 turns away. It's hard to read the
I'm
skunks
not
because
going
of
to
how
exhaust. If it's
hard they
okay
got
with you
hit.
guys,
I
I'm
don't
not
know
gonna
how
exhaust
fast their
the
recovery
boot.
will
I
happen.
still would have crafted the same thing over here. And I am
I
going
think I kind
to
of liked the previous idea. But, okay. Going hostile with
a
skunks.
crossbow, the skunks.
I mean, you have 2 boots now. I mean, world is your oyster.
make them hostile. And then I will battle the skunks. Do they ambush?
No ambush.
It's just one.
Just the one sword.
So 1-on-1.
Yeah.
Is this where he uses the T? Refresh the sword and get 2 points from that stench?
Hmm.
Hmm. Maybe not.
Oh. Or is it a quest? Oh,
Oh yeah.
a tea and a boot.
Set ourselves up for some later questing. It's not.
But
a
you're only
bad
refreshing
idea.
3 items next turn. I think that's crazy that he exhausted the or that
Okay,
he
yeah, I'm going
discarded
to
the tea.
exhaust the tea
Right.
I mean, especially with your ability, tea would be more valuable than it normally is. Hammer
cover the hammer,
and the
or
sword.
refresh the hammer and the dagger, and I
Okay, he's
will
going after
go
those
ahead
infamy
and
points.
Repair the
use
crossbow.
the hammer to
You're only going to get 1 point that way,
to
though. You might
undamage
as
the
well.
crossbow, and I will
Hopefully, it's
battle
attack. Okay.
Maybe you don't want to. Okay.
the skunks again, double checking on the ambush.
No ambush.
Okay, that should give me 2. Okay, and that I'll just draw 1 card. Not the whole deck, just 1 card. And go ahead in my turn.
Right. So I'm starting to think I might have made myself too dangerous in a couple turns.
Maybe a little.
So I'm gonna get one guy out my cannon.
You also get 1 at your cannonball, unless that was an old version I read earlier today.
Oh, and at each cannonball. That's helpful. Okay.
Sorry, guys.
That does help.
Yes, it does.
No, does he have
So
3 fox cards in his hand?
I
Question.
will use my first 2 actions to haul these 2 cannonballs
Yep.
back to the supply. Then get 2 actions. I will recruit for my last 2 actions. Then I spray, so I get scent marks and 2 clearings. I cannot load because my cannon is damaged.
Then draw 2 cards.
Yeah, I was just making sure I was
Yeah.
doing things right.
Okay, well that was the turn we expected.
Yeah.
A little bit
Step
slow.
here,
Still not
recruit
has
once,
not repaired the
spend
cannon.
a fox card.
Let's
Oh,
look at
that
that
is
on
so
the board.
odd.
So to fix it, spend a card matching the cannon's clearing to flip the cannon to its undamaged side.
Maybe he just doesn't have a rabbit card, I
Put it over
guess.
here.
No rabbit, no bird. That's. I
I'm
mean, they
going
got
to
4
use
cards.
the
I don't know.
baton to battle birds.
No ambush.
0-0. What? All right.
They've been pretty common this game.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. I guess I'll use the Brigadier to battle again.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Still no ambush.
2-3. Okay. So I lose 1. You lose 2.
Score your point.
Point. Yeah, points. Everybody's passing me. All right. See. Got someplace else I want to battle. Sure, I'll battle in this mouse clearing too. Three-0, so it's 1.
Which mouse clearing is
Are we on
that?
round 6 or round 5?
This one with the
Did we miss one?
Okay. I didn't know if it was that one or the corner.
I feel like we've been announcing them, but did the moles only miss
so
one
my
turn swing?
Brigadier, so now I can use the mayor.
What was that? Sorry, I was responding to chat.
Oh, sometimes to figure out
Oh,
the
yeah,
rounds, I look at what the moles have
1-5.
done with their
1-5.
swaying. I know they missed one,
No mice.
so they still.
Oh,
If they're still on this turn, we probably should be on round 6.
Yeah, because this would be the 6th sway, and if there was...
And they missed one.
This
So.
is what I'm going to use the mayor to copy the Brigadier. Do another battle in this clearing. Yep.
Whoops.
I'll battle badgers in this clearing.
Oh.
Oh,
Ambushed.
Badger's not messing around.
Badgers are actually not in a terrible position. They don't have they don't have all the
3-2,
heat.
So
So
just both take a hit.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, you'll remove both, and I'll
there are two
score a point.
factions that are above them, but I think people should start worrying about them.
The fateful points
mean,
that you score
You
are
should always
not
be
on your
worried
turn.
about the Badgers. That's just
Yeah,
the
right.
rule.
all right, what do I got, guys? Got a
And the
mouse,
retinue,
got a fox.
9 cards.
fox.
Yeah. At this stage in the game with 9 cards, the Badgers don't even care if they
Cannot
are going to have to
sway
ditch cards. They just have to
ministers.
maneuver correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to be able to encamp again in
Guess that's it.
Texas, be able to
Card
burn cards or whatever
and enter.
to recover. They're looking very good.
You are muted, birds.
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of stuck. I had 2 different plans, and then both of them went out the window.
Was one of the plans turmoil?
No, I was gonna craft something, but can't anymore.
Favor
I
of
lost
the
3 roosts
mice.
in a matter of seconds.
That's what you get for being in second place.
Yeah, feels like a weird second place right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a
I'm,
weird game.
I'm stretched so thin. Let's see. Well, might as well.
Vagabond, I just want to point out I'm open for a coalition.
yeah.
I
Dude.
Oh, do
I think you should try it just because I want to see what happens.
Your friendly neighborhood
Like, we're
commentators
not
do.
At that need, yeah.
support
The
it.
question is, I can go north, attack
It wouldn't be a
moles
bad move
all
either
and
because it wouldn't draw that
cats,
much
or
heat, I feel
skunk.
like.
I can keep
'Cause the
policing the skunks
moles
down
I'm
the
not even sure
road.
the heat
doing
would
super
I
matter.
just don't know
well.
what's in it for me.
Yeah, that's that is the bigger
I was
point.
gonna craft that scouting party, but that party was spoiled.
Mm.
We should coalition and win just to see what happens.
Just to see what happens.
Just to see what happens.
What would we need to do as a team to win?
I have no idea.
What do you mean? What do
It's
you need?
important to know.
What do I need? I need
Yeah.
a comfortable place where I can start building a thing.
Yeah. I would need this.
Which really is just that, northeast corner, I guess, right?
Okay, I recruited twice up in the top left.
Northeast is what you said.
Okay.
Look, if you could get mouse and bunny clearings and you build there, I can work with a coalition. I know Bot would hate it, but
Yeah, that's the best reason to
You got
do
me
it.
wrong. I would
it's
love
now
it.
or never. I feel like this next turn or not. If I choose not to this next turn, there's no reason to.
But it would be very funny.
It would be. And I hate it just as much as everybody else.
Nope. I love it.
I'll think.
No one's done the
I have
coalition
two-
yet,
I have
right?
2 people's turns to think about this.
In the tournament so
this.
far, no one's done a coalition.
No
right?
one's
I
attempted
know
it,
that no one's
Figure out
succeeded
here.
with one.
All
Have
these
you
moves.
added to your decree? You could
I did add to my decree.
Ah,
I've
okay.
recruited up in the top left, but now I'm figuring out the moves,
yeah.
which is always a fun little parade.
Do you have your battles?
To recruit 2 mouse
Get to 'em.
moves.
Because you
There's a tunnel over
could
there you could go hit with the 2 mouse
Move
moves.
each Eyrie
Yeah.
warrior
Oh, but you don't have a fox
individually
battle.
as mouse,
Oh, yeah, that's
mouse,
right.
bird,
dang.
and then move it all back to fox into this clearing. Battle here. I guess where's your fox battle? Is
I
it
don't.
called-
I don't.
You don't have one.
Don't have one. Yeah, it's
Drives me a little crazy when
Gonna
players
lose
like
another-
map out a different player's turn. But I guess sometimes it's useful.
Oh, I see. I see how it can work.
gonna
The
go
rabbit.
first move.
That's the bird. Abandoning
There,
that
that's
roost.
using the bird. I think.
Yeah,
And that's your only option.
has to be.
Unless I had added a bunny card, which I could have done,
What were the cards that he added?
but I think that'll work.
Definitely a mouse card and move.
That leaves me with a
I think
fox.
that's all
I
he
think that's
added.
it.
He wanted to
Mouse
craft that
moves.
scouting party, but that plan got ruined. So you can hear
So
me
we'll
right, Bob?
go mouse.
Yeah.
Fox.
Okay, cool.
Mouse.
I was rendered speechless by
Oh
your
yeah, I should
hard-hitting
have added a bunny
analysis.
card. Too late now, though. Could have done that. Oh well. All right.
Where was
Battle in
Was there a fox move?
What was your fox move?
Oh,
mouse
they got
move?
it.
Oh,
Read your
I
mind.
just bounced. I moved from this corner here up to here. And
Okay,
just brought it back.
sorry.
Yeah.
I just didn't catch
Yeah,
that. Thank you.
it was quick. So, all right, I'm gonna
All good.
battle the Duchy up here. Nothing really at stake. Would you like to ambush?
No ambush.
0-0 again?
Nice.
Not
Dice
quite.
loaded.
All right,
Give them a point.
it was a 2-1.
Maybe not.
Still should be a mole coming off though.
Yeah, there should.
You lost one Duchy.
Is that up here?
Yeah. Oh, nope,
Oh.
sorry, wrong. I was in the
Down,
referral. corner,
mouse,
Sorry.
mouse bottom left.
One Duchy.
Just one. Yep, I only had one guy there. And then I'll battle the battery in
Yeah,
that
point,
big
right?
room. What?
Yeah, point for that.
Nope, it was just
no,
one
it's-
warrior.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
one thing removes cardboard.
Let's
No-
see.
no ambush.
Let's see if this roost gets
Okay.
taken out in the.
I know, right? Oh,
Oh,
okay.
no.
No.
You're lucky.
I'm not sure why
One.
that was the location we chose. But whatever.
To battle it?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
I don't see where else they could
Oh,
have
that was
had
the
a
only
rapid
option.
battle.
That's why.
Yeah.
That was the battles. Then I build
That makes sense.
2 points, 2 cards,
Eyrie doing a good job.
and I will discard.
Oh, I just received a message from Slug on the stink movement. Is it should all be one move?
Really?
Discard the T.
I mean, that's what I'd seen on the stream before. It just the wording on the board.
Okay,
It
yeah.
would,
I feel
yeah,
like-
it doesn't.
For
I
the
will.
T.
Sorry, before I do that, I'm going to.
It's not like I get the 2 points from crafting it anyway.
You
Yeah.
could.
But it didn't happen anyway. So
Should I turn oil into builder?
builder.
Yes, always.
Could have been Erie's end.
Recruit. Thanks, Bobot. Act with retinue. How's this gonna work?
That's so interesting. Cannot split movement. Okay.
You'll have to update the player board because it definitely reads like you can.
Yeah. And that's how I've practiced, but I mean, it makes sense. I think it'd be a little too helpful, but yeah.
I think I'm gonna take my chances. So no movement. We're gonna skip right to battle delve. I'm going to start us off by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'm gonna start by battling the skunk warrior
interesting.
with
No,
armors.
No
No
ambush.
ambush. Okay.
Another
oh
0
my
0.
gosh.
Okay. I still rule, so I'm gonna take this relic, which is a 1.
This is absurd.
And then for my second battle, I'm gonna use crossbow and I'll battle the Eyrie.
You sure you want to battle me, not just the same guy again?
No, I'm gonna battle you. I just didn't want to battle you when I could take significant hits. But I knew
Why?
I'd still rule if
Oh,
I battled
it's
the
just
skunk.
interesting that he didn't take the
For no
tablet.
ambush.
Yeah, no
The
ambush.
tablet, would that have gotten him a comp bonus?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh,
2 hits
yeah.
and I ignore the first hit.
That is strange.
I mean, maybe there's a plan that we don't know of, but
And I can delve this guy.
yeah.
Maybe a little bit of sandbagging there.
There's the 2.
Perfect.
That's good.
Great. And then
There's 2
with
recover cards, so
my
you can recover both of those without losing cards. That's
faithful
brilliant.
retainer, I can
That's
recover
gonna be
both
5
of
points
those
right there.
for 5 points altogether.
They can still
Kinda-
get
I'm
2
kinda
column
rooting-
bonuses
I'm
next
kinda-
turn.
I'm kind of rooting for Rudy at this point.
Yeah.
This has been pretty inspired Badger
That's 2
play.
more, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
worked
that's
out.
It's a 2 and a 1,
Yeah.
and then 2 more.
3 plus 2 is 5, yeah.
Is he just gonna get smashed to hell?
And
now, you
then
think?
I
Could
will.
be. I mean, but
Just
there's
go
three.
ahead
There's
and
3 legitimate problems, but I don't think any of them
With my bird.
are
Well, with the fox.
difficult to topple. I think the Badgers are probably your number 1 target because they're going to be the hardest to topple.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, they could get
Okay,
10
we'll
points
live off
next
the
turn
land.
just by getting
will
both of those
shift.
tablets that are right next to him. And that's GG.
The fox card here.
I think the Eyrie are easy to slow their pace. Skunks have already been slowed,
And then I'll
so
draw
they have
3.
a little bit of a road back. We'll see what this next turn looks like. Oh, yeah, and there's a Vagabond in the game.
Yeah.
This is shaping up to be a
As much
pretty
as I hate it.
interesting end game.
Moles, you
Here comes
are
Harriet.
willing to coalition?
I'm willing to coalition.
Yes!
It's happening.
It's happening.
Yes!
Yeah.
It is going to happen. So I will refresh everything but the torch. I will slip. I
guess the
can
Vagabond could just
aid
start
you
aiding all
even if
the
it's just
cards.
to your burrow, right? Like your a hole.
Can you?
Like if I'm here.
Aid. Give a card matching or clearing to a player there.
I think so.
I'm
Pieces, yes.
I'm
I
there.
think it's just pieces, yeah, so I think it's fine.
Okay.
But I'm not Garrick, so.
Throw it down the hall.
So hold on. First, let me do the whole coalition thing. So I will discard this mouse to take this mouse, and during daylight, I'm go ahead and flame it. So I will take my piece off the board. I will give it to you.
Yeah.
We're doing this.
We're doing this. You can't even go on my burrow. Here.
So because he did that, he gets to move
I
the
go in your
mole
burrow now?
from
Go on my
hostile
burrow now. Yeah.
to
Oh,
indifferent.
my piece. I thought you meant like I could actually move through your burrow. I was like, oh,
I don't think so. Nah, just
No,
moles only.
Um,
Sorry.
no, you're fine. So here, I'm gonna go ahead and just aid you. Oh,
He's
flip that.
he's
Sorry.
aiding
Whoa,
face
easy,
up.
it's
A
easy,
face
guy.
up bird ambush.
Okay.
What a,
That
what
might have
power
been
move.
intentional.
It was coins.
Also not legal.
Aid you.
Totally
again.
intentional.
I'll... Wait.
I don't think we're hostile anymore. I think I go back to indifferent if we.
You are, but I can't gain points from because I don't gain points at all. Doesn't
Yeah.
really matter.
It does
I'm
matter.
just thinking.
Matters for movement.
It does matter for movement. Yeah, now, but you're not really on the board. No offense.
True. I'll be back. I'll be back.
For
That
being
was a
hostile,
duck
you weren't much of a
fact.
threat. I'm hoping that'll change. So okay, I'll go ahead and flip things for aiding you. I've aided 3 times now, so I will go ahead and flip these. I will. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and aid you a 4th time. Give you all that I have.
Did he have 4
Wow.
fox bird cards? Is that what his hand had?
for a boot, and then
So many good things falling
Interesting.
down this hole.
yeah, I'm just throwing them down the hole.
I wishes he had banker now.
What else?
I mean, it should be pretty soon.
I gain points, so I guess you just tell me what you need. Like, should I have a boot left. Should I move anywhere?
Yeah, go kill these birds.
No, I mean I can't. You want me to attack them?
Yeah, mess them up.
Mess him up.
Get them
Okay.
off our turf. This is our corner now.
So I'll go ahead and flip.
He could actually. He could exhaust
feels
the
weird being
tea
close. It
and
feels
then do that.
Okay. I'm gonna, and then I will go ahead and drink my tea as the barkeep. That's good stuff.
We don't need bird on
And-
bird violence.
I will refresh my
Yes.
crossbow,
Crossbow and sword.
dagger. So I'm gonna flip my crossbow to get rid of 1 bird.
Yep. On it.
Would have got me 1 point on a normal basis, but doesn't do anything. And then I'm gonna attack.
Actually,
bird.
that
Do
wouldn't have
you
gotten the
ever
point, but
ambush.
not the point.
I
That's
refrain
beside the
from
point.
using my non-existent ambush.
Very
Correct
polite of
wording
you.
on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really trying to
Oh.
play the
Ooh.
double block.
1-0. The other bird goes away, but the roost stays. But that's more better for you than me, so that's good. I'll
Yeah,
flip
not for
this,
long.
And that's all I can literally do. And we're good on bag. So I will draw a card. Why is
Oh,
it
he
face
just
up?
did he just take that card
that.
from Stuff by Rudy?
Can everybody see that?
Maybe not.
I did not see.
Okay.
Stuff by Rudy's not saying
All right,
anything.
Zam's
so.
turn.
Alright, so I would like to petition the table to let the coalition win so we can see what happens.
Yeah, I kind of want to force that.
Nice.
Okay, let's do
Inspired.
it. Let's just
Oh
I
no! Don't do
mean,
that.
it's obviously I want to win.
That's
Um,
That's not cool.
That's not
Speaking
tournament
of-
play.
I don't think that's going to be met
Moles and
with a
birds,
lot of
The
enthusiasm.
Badgers
but
are
it's still
looking
funny.
mighty scary.
Yeah, it's funny.
They're all set up to score at
Many
least 4 points. Well, at least is at 6. Like, actually, a minimum of
5
7
points.
points.
probably close to 27, 28. Yeah.
Yeah, because they'll score these 2 bonuses.
Before.
They'll
And if
and
they're both
these
threes,
yeah
that could actually be game over.
yeah. So I'm gonna try to do something, but honestly, I can't do much this turn. But I can do a lot next turn.
I mean, I think the moles
Yeah,
are
I kinda
motivated
gotten
to
my
deal
entire
with the
board presence
Badgers
removed. I
because
don't
they have a lot of
much
points to
do.
make up. They have a lot of cards. So swaying is just
Well,
going to
I'm
be
gonna leave
easy.
you alone, Eyrie,
Mhm.
in the trust that you will help take care of our Badger problem. As
Yeah,
I
I
will
might
not
end
remove
up-
this first. So
I might end up turmoiling. We'll see. I'm in a bad spot.
also, are one of your roosts missing? Oh, never mind. I found it. Okay. All right.
They're
It's hiding.
brown. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I got my guy there. I cannot fire. Can I craft? I cannot. For my first daylight action, I will use this command warren
To repair.
fix my cannon.
Oh, good.
Ooh,
There we
cannon
go.
time.
But now they have to go pick up the
Hmm.
cannonballs. There's one in the fox. There's one.
They actually have
oh,
2 of them.
There's
I
where are the other
will-
2? Oh,
They're in their supply. It's amazing how easy these cannonballs are to pick up, actually, because it just says spend a card matching the cannon's clearing. Wait, to return all cannons there.
in the clearing. But there is load.
Then use my other
Place a cannonball
reactions
in the bore.
to recruit.
+1 per, I guess, iron icon, whatever that icon is.
Spray stays the
Yeah.
same. I keep all my scent marks. I load these 2 guys into the bore to blast some badgers next turn. I draw 2 cards. Oh,
Yeah, and I
one
think the
card and
skunks are set up pretty nicely.
yeah,
Oh yeah, like if the Badgers get
another card.
I mean,
Yeah.
they're on a
Yeah, much
2-turn.
chopped.
They're on a 2-turn cycle, so it's going to take the skunks 2 turns
Alright.
to win.
Do 1 for your recruit.
Yeah, they might not be stopping the Badgers.
Again.
I mean, with all those cards, they just need to sway the banker, and then that's all you need.
Birdie Brindle.
Sway and
Citadel. That
Oh, he does
clear.
not rule there.
hmm.
I'm going to use my Marshall move.
Could you,
So
know if
I
you can build
don't.
there. Yeah.
Okay, they got it.
What do I rule? I don't
You
wanna
need
rule.
buildings or meeples.
Right. Whew. That's tough.
I mean, there is I don't know if it matters that it be a fox, but there is a mouse in the bottom the bottom mouse.
Best, I guess.
I think he's going for the double slot.
Move him there.
Maybe
Yeah.
trying to keep it away from all the action.
This is dangerous to get buildings out right now.
Alright, I'm gonna reveal
Well,
that.
maybe not because there's no
Then I'm gonna build. The
no real
Citadel.
heat on the moles, so maybe nobody's gonna come after them.
They might for the
And
cardboard,
I am going
which is why I think it's
to
smart to keep it far
use
away.
my Brigadier to move this guy into the burrow and move him over here.
Yeah, that makes
I'm gonna
sense.
do an attack here and take out that roost.
That was Brigadier.
I will
Like-
ambush. Not.
No, no, Marshal and Captain. I'm gonna use Marshal and Captain to.
Yeah,
Brigadier was moving over here. Then I'm gonna use the Captain to attack here.
I'm just gonna take it off. You got it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a point.
Yeah, he got it.
What else I got? What do I got? Pieces here, here. To my and a fox.
So it was a mouse. Only a mouse, fox. That's the extent of the sway. But that's banker. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's not gonna do anything.
But the problem is
So how many
that
actions
you've
have you
got
taken?
7 cards.
How many actions have I taken? I took my 2 regular actions.
And you're not going to be
Now
able to
I
use
got
all
my-
of them.
Various
What were
mole
they?
actions.
Did you recruit
Yeah.
both times?
Hopefully
I recruited
he
once and I moved.
crafts like the hammer or something.
Oh wait. Oh, so I should have another guy there.
Because
How'd you
have
build?
the free move.
No, I just
Oh,
moved.
then-
I moved and I built. I didn't recruit.
Okay, that's what it was. Yeah, yeah.
And then I used my Brigadier and I used my Marshal. Now I don't really want to do anything else. Yes, I do. I'll move this. No, wait.
With Mayor, you can use those things, any of those things, twice.
Yeah. So I'm going to use the Mayor to copy the Marshal. Move this guy over here. And then I'm going to use the.
Wait, why not just use the mayor to copy the brig?
Right?
That's what I was thinking.
No, Brigadier, Captain. I'm going to use the Marshal. Then I'm going to use the Mayor to copy the Captain. I'm going to attack the
What?
bird. Do you have a card bird?
Oh, interesting.
I'm confused. You used the marshal again or the captain again?
No, So I used the Brigadier to move over here
That was 2.
to move my guy across the board.
Yep.
2 moves. Then I used the Marshal to attack here.
That's wait,
Then
what?
I am using the.
No, that doesn't
No, I
match.
used the Captain to attack there. Then I'm using the Marshal to move this guy up here.
Yep.
And then I'm going to
Okay.
use the Mayor to copy Captain, and I'm going to attack.
Why don't you
in
just use the
the spot.
brigadier? Then you. I mean, I
Okay.
guess it doesn't matter.
Go
pan out? Okay.
If you roll one of the
Doing a
infamous
ambush
0-0s.
No.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
It's a
They
3-2,
both
so
die.
we both lose our guys.
That was worst case scenario.
I hope you didn't need that for a sway.
Yeah.
Okay, now I am going to reveal cards. So I'm going to reveal.
The problem is he has the cards to sway a lord, but he doesn't have the pieces to do it.
Which is not a
Reveal
problem you
this
commonly
one.
see.
There's a bird.
This mouse.
Bird, mouse,
And this.
fox.
fox.
Okay, that's all you can do.
that checks out.
I am going to get 2 victory points and the banker.
And I think both of those bird cards go away.
This
Yep.
card.
Okay, okay.
Put it up in my
Hope he crafts
hand.
something.
I'm going to draw a card.
Ah, sad.
Card. This one, I guess. Enter.
All right. This is just. This is wild.
Slugs in the chat. What?
What?
What can I do with 3 dudes?
It's a TBA,
See, I'm very
undisclosed and
confused 'cause the
humiliation
moles could've
showdown. That
At least
that is
thrown bodies
exactly
at the
what
Badgers,
it
but
is.
Yeah, and now
instead
I
they
have
stopped you from
I
throwing
still don't think that the
ammunition
coalition
at them,
is
so.
a viable
no. I don't
win
even
condition in this
know if I
game.
can
I don't think it's going to happen.
How
I
do I
think the
not
moles were too far behind.
turmoil.
But we've seen some crazy stuff so far.
Yeah, honestly,
I
I
got
think the Badgers just win, so.
It's
Yeah.
interesting to
Oh,
see
wait.
what like a coalition could do
This is one
for
of the
moles. But yeah, in
weirdest
this particular matchup,
bird games I've
definitely
ever
not great.
played, and I guess that fits the bill.
A little too far behind.
Weird route, everyone.
I heard somebody just say that the Badgers just win. I don't know if that's true.
So I think I have to put.
I think it is true.
Recruit.
If those
I
two
have a shot
tablets
at-
are 3s, they get 10 points.
Right.
If one of them's a 1, then they get 8 points, and they're
The
at
math on this is
29
really
instead,
fuzzy.
and they would just need one more
We'll
point.
try this.
Like they're just like
Um,
right on the edge, and if they go down and get
do I
that tunnel,
need to put
that's
another
another
card
point.
Yeah.
in the-
So like they could
Well,
they
the
could like
problem with
guarantee it if they're not.
the problem
messed
with
at all.
3-3 is that they can't recover.
They've got 2 cards in recover though. They could burn both of them. And
Oh,
win.
yeah. I was thinking. Yeah, I think you're right. And they have
No,
enough
they're on the
movement.
cusp. If the Eyrie do nothing right now, then
Well, what
yeah,
can they?
Badgers just
I mean, the only
win.
thing that Eyrie can do is take everything that they have and throw it at that middle fox clearing.
And that might not even.
And
be
I'm not
enough.
even. Yeah, I'm not even sure that's enough.
Yeah,
Wow, this is really weird.
probably is just a Badgers game.
Okay, one move. Two move.
So much suspense in the air.
Oh, that might work. Move, mouse, move, fox. I don't know anymore. Okay, we're gonna throw a bunny and move because why not? We'll recruit one,
Oh,
There.
this is so sad.
recruit two over here. We will use a mouse move, a fox move, a bunny move, okay, we'll move all of them with the bunny move, and then let's see, that was one of each suit. So I still have a mouse and a bird. So we'll move 3 guys.
Well, you need to. Okay. Yep.
Oh
Mouse
yeah,
these
that's
badgers
good.
here for the mouse, and then bird moves.
Wait, how did?
Sending
that.
3 in and then
Oh, that was all one move.
I will
Got it.
battle the battery right here with a good chance of losing my roost. Would you like to ambush?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Oh,
oh okay, that worked out.
no roost
We
lost.
both lose 1.
Yep.
Okay, and then I battle the moles right here. Would you like to use your ambush?
No, thank you.
Okay. That will be
I got too many cards.
2 points.
2 points, and the tunnel comes off.
It's actually too bad the roost wasn't lost
Then
because
I
that's
can
just an easy
build.
point the Badgers can get.
Yeah.
Right there. Then
How many points is that?
that's end of my turn.
2 points.
I think it's just 2 points, 2 cards again. My favorite saying. Wow, we got some boxes. All right.
Okay, I'm like 90% sure I have this.
Yeah, there's.
So am I.
Yeah.
Okay, so starting us off, recruit 2. Here. And then I can move. This is where it gets a little trippy. Into here as my wild move. And then I'm going to battle with bird card in this clearing against the skunk warrior.
No ambush.
Ooh.
Ah,
Oh! Well, I guess that doesn't
0,
matter. does it?
0. So then I roll, so I'm gonna flip this relic. 1. Battle again.
No ambush.
3, 3. So I ignore the hit, and then I can delve.
Do
this
we have
guy.
a tally on how many 0-0s we've rolled this game? Just curious.
That's
I think
3.
like
I'll
5.
lose
Yeah.
the bird card.
I'll check the stream after, I guess, right?
Yeah.
I will battle with my bunny card in this clearing against the roost. Any ambush? Eyrie?
Sorry, I was muted. No ambush.
Oh, you don't
I
need to
guess
roll.
it's defenseless, so I get the point for that.
Yep.
And then in my evening, I can recover both of these. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
7,
8.
8.
I'm at 22. That brings me to 30 points.
Wow.
Well
yeah.
played.
Win.
GG.
Wow.
Thanks for coalitioning, Vagabond, so I can at least tie for last place.
The dream is dead. The dream
It would
is
have been me
dead.
in last place otherwise.
Oh,
so.
it's so bad.
It's very tactical.
All right. Wow.
Great
I
game.
only would have slowed down the skunks, not the badgers. So
Yeah, I should have gone charismatic from the start. I messed that up. That I couldn't help police anything.
Great game. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That was something.
I was really enjoying the early game where there was a lot of I don't want to sound insulting when I say random violence, but I didn't quite necessarily see the full picture for the violence that was happening, but it just kept the board nice and
you're
clean.
talking about me, right?
Oh, everybody was
yeah,
attacking.
I was doing weird stuff in the start of this game.
Nobody was being targeted individually. It was just like the birds got attacked, the badgers got attacked. I think the skunks were the only ones that didn't get attacked. But that was
Yeah. No, I went hostile with 2 people, like
Yeah.
2. And
But,
it was just so funny because I realized I started with a T, I started with something else that was like a mouse craft, and I was like, wait, all the mouse clearings are so far away
away
from the middle of the board and the ruins.
yeah.
It was crazy.
Well, congratulations to StuffbyRudy with the Badgers. Nice. Yeah, you
broke
were
the streak.
a little hesitant to play with the Badgers, so
Love to see the Badgers win.
yeah. Great game, and thanks to everyone who participated. Thanks for being here on this Friday night for our Weird Root tournament. And we will be back on Sunday at 4 o'clock Central Time for MASH 7.
Oh, that's exciting.
All right.
Yeah.
Have a great night, everyone. Thank you so
That'd be
much.
great.
Thank you,
Good night.
Bot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good night.